Very briefly, because I got pizza in the oven and it's about ready to come to its fruition. Pulled into the second half of the 2400s, and not a lot of fighting happening over the course of the last part. A little bit here and there, but yeah, there it is. A lot of people had these "you can't attack" markers, and they've kind of kept them. Fighting is beginning to look less and less appealing. Although to some people who have a lot of victory points, there's reason to keep getting escalation markers so they don't have to throw their victory points or their bonus markers away. Cards. Some of the players beginning to get a lot of cards there. The tech chart, I don't know how much it's moved. A little bit. Pushed out into this second to last row. I don't think we were there before. Beginning to see the colonies growing to a larger and larger size. I don't know what our biggest is right now. We get a 13 over here. That's probably pretty big. And I think we got a 14 there. The goal is 15. So there it is. Delivering another colonist here, I'll give a title. So there's a bit of a race for that. And, you know, the game has a possibility of ending when we hit the 2500 turn. But it's random, so we don't know what's going to happen. All right, I got to go get my food. It's already Thursday. Another pretty day. Yesterday I did some lawn work. Today I convinced myself, okay, you know, it's still cool enough weather and whatnot. Let's go cut some wood with the chainsaw. And I needed oil, so I put some in. But, whew, that's a lot of work. I got through one kind of moderately big round, cutting it in half, basically. And I was pooped. I don't think that would have pooped me a while back. Like, you know, when I was cutting wood before, a couple months ago. And I really don't feel like I'm in worse shape than I was back then, which is very odd. I don't know what's up with that, but I really definitely fatigued myself more quickly. I did order some cigars. That way I'll sit out on the porch and smoke over the summer. The tariff, I think, convinced one of my cigar places to cut their prices significantly, a 25% discount on all their stock for their birthday thing. I think it's usually 10 or 15%. And then a lot of coupons applied as well, so like I got my order for at about half price, which is awesome. But still haven't gotten to another video I wanted to do. And, you know, it's funny because the amount of time that I spend, you know, on raid or whatever, sure, that eats up a lot of my time. But it's hard to find time to do other things, even with just this. Like playing a turn of this takes me a significant amount of time. Yes, I need to take breaks and whatnot, but I don't know. I'll still get to that other video, I hope. I have an idea for another one that I want to do, just personal shit type videos, right? And hey, we finally did this right in a way that'll work. Terraforming and add worlds. Oh, some people, there's a terraforming to create an M-class world here. Now that's particularly hard because when you terraform, I think you can only add 10 to the size of the world. You add 10 higher than the printed value. And M-class worlds have very high printed values. So yes, you're going on the upgraded version, but like this, probably wouldn't be able to turn into many of the M-class worlds. And then we'll remember to put these in there. And the numbers are different on different worlds. And again, I assume this is done in initiative order. There's no specifics on here. I'm not sure that's really an advantage, but it may be. It's sort of one of those, it's absolutely not clear, but obviously if you turn a place from a 1 to a 2 and the other guy has advantages and goes after the 2, they can get more points off of that. But you feel like the the map, the game, the amount of information in the game is such that people have already converted a lot of 1s to 2s by the time we're getting to where everybody can terraform, which we are at, actually. Even with the bonus draw, the transhumanists get a no success where they could have gotten an IP and converted a world, gotten a little bit more money off of it. Now, I'm able to throw these out if I want, or not. I think I'll throw one of them out and put the other one back in the bag. I don't know. I like the cash bonus in it, but I don't really know what it does because I'm affecting everybody's chances of worlds to find. Anyway, we'll keep going. In some cases, you got to be careful because you might have the capability to terraform worlds other people don't. Notably, this draw here, the gas giant I can't convert to. I chose to try to go for this world. Can't convert that. Again, hoping for the 2 victory points instead of 1. I think it's a bad choice. I get one I can't possibly convert to, one that's close. So I look over the thing again. He doesn't have anything that affects his population in any places, but he could have upgraded to, if this was a world that he had an advantage on, he could actually upgrade to that, get the 2 points. And this would actually have a higher base population, one that could go to an M-class world. I think I'm going to throw both of these. I don't know the strategy in that at all. Like, what am I trying to do? Yeah, but more decent worlds are showing up. Like, to me, it feels like you have to go from something to ocean to M, most likely, which is okay. I'm beginning to think it might be better just to take the single influence and get the guaranteed upgrade, unless, well, one, you could be blocked from that because everything that can upgrade is upgraded. But 2, you might have something where you really have a desire to switch things. Maybe you have that different kind of world that you're better at, that maybe you can get some sort of edge to. Got a world that successfully transformed. Just people who took the, hey, I get 1 IP. The givers went 1 in each direction. I'll throw out some more stuff in the bag. More interesting worlds going into the bag, though. Bigger worlds, whatever. So there's that. And it's weird because if you're playing with less players, less of the map is going to get explored. So each time a terraforming event goes in, more good worlds go in, and that kind of changes the odds a little bit of what you draw when you find things. Whereas here, a lot of the exploration has already been done, but it also does mean that this area back here that's harder to get to is probably going to be richer than the area on this side. So the decision to go in this direction, again, has more advantages going for it. A decent-sized pile of arrivals. I think that's going to be pretty common. When ships are in transit, they're not going as far. It's not taking as long as it used to. I think I went into that already. But it has other corollary effects on the complexity of play. The rules aren't getting more complex. Earlier on, there were things like terraforming. Nobody could terraform except the givers. Well, that definitely had its own impact. But, so like most of the people don't have to worry about that rule too much. But somebody has to. Base production, there wasn't any because there were no bases out there, right? Stuff like that. Migration and growth was very simple. But the core of the rules is pretty much the same throughout, but the amount of shit that's on the board is starting to ramp the complexity up. Kind of like Go does, right? Like, as the board starts developing and more and more state appears on it, it becomes harder. But here, it's a matter of more ships are on the board. Arrivals are happening more quickly. The arrivals in particular of importance because the first turn you go into a system is when you make a lot of your, is when you're making a lot of your decisions. You may just be there dropping off goods. Somebody mentioned it was kind of like a trading game. It really isn't. Trade is such a minor part of it. But it is beginning to fill more and more importance in the game as people get big enough ships that they can't afford the settlements. So they're shipping goods around, sometimes just on speculation or whatever. As long as, they don't have a fast ship, or if they have colonists on it anyway, it might as well it might as well carry a full load. You don't want to go with a partial load. By the way, the CV movement modifier of 0.5, I don't think that reduces. I don't think fast ships get that much faster. Like, I think the intention was for nothing to go faster than light. And it was like, what's happening is supposedly a rounding error, but it doesn't feel like it. When you look at, I was looking at some of the long distance, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is 46 light years, which can be done in 25 years, in 5 turns. Right? No. I'm sorry. 46 light years, which can be done in 6 turns. 60 years. Huh. Is that right? No, it's 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3 turns. So 46 light years can be done in 30 years. So you can go a little faster than light. But again, there's the wormholes and stuff. So who knows what technologies are being, guessed at or achieved when you start hitting that 0.5 modifier. The 1 times modifier works okay. Because that would take 50 years to go 46 light years. Theoretically, but you've got an acceleration there that doesn't match our understanding of the physics. Like, being able to accelerate that quickly is almost like some kind of transforming the matter into something almost like light to do that. But again, at least it's not actually breaking the speed limit of the universe. All right, let's see what we can build. Nobody's got any additional money, so this should be quick. And I want to just extol the virtues of this thing. For 20 engineering tech, this turn, $6 worth of repairs for free. And that's not that abnormal. With a lot of ships out there, you're going to be taking damage doing the exploration and whatnot. Especially if your CV malfunction rate is kind of high. But, I mean, it doesn't get that low, right? It gets down to 25%. And other people are sitting around like, let's take a look at yellow here. They've got a CV2. Yeah, I'm going to send it home and I'm going to scrap it. It's not doing me much good. I don't want to pay $3 for it. I kind of don't have the money. I might have, obviously I can spend influence or whatever. I might have trade goods kicking around, but I would rather send it home and scrap it, get a couple extra bucks that way. CV3 here, yeah, I'm going to leave it out there with reduced values because it can still operate. And then instead of paying $3 to repair it, I pay $4 to repair it fully once it takes another damage point. Of course, that leaves these things kind of vulnerable. These guys could attack them, but they probably won't. We are getting to combat. I need to break. And don't know how long I'm going to be away. Because I might do that other video. I might sit out on the porch. Who knows? Already, it's got to be about 2 p.m. by now. I do find myself taking a different sleeping pattern. Slightly. While my buddy was here, I was waking up at we would go to bed, I don't know, sometime after midnight. And I would wake up at 7 a.m. Well, no. He would go to bed sometime around midnight. I would go to bed a couple hours later after doing raid. I'd wake up again at 7 a.m. and then play some raid, whatever, and then go back to sleep until like 10 or 11 a.m. But now I'm just like staying up until 4 or whatever and waking up at 11, which is okay. But it's drifting me closer to like the kind of sleeping habits I'm used to, like pre-raid, and not while I was working, obviously, but like when I wasn't, whenever I would be off work for a significant amount of time, this is kind of like what I would go to. And then, tomorrow's dancing, and that's gonna throw a huge monkey wrench in any kind of attempt to maintain sanity, because I just wear myself out so much that like the weekend becomes like this black hole. I sat out and read for a bit. I got about a half hour until raid, play a little bit more. But I moved a couple of logs around, and on my way down the porch for that, I stepped on a stair that's, or on a step on the stair, that's a little, didn't look like it was in great shape, and it crunched and broke. And my immediate reaction was, well, with any luck, I'll be dead soon. I mean, not any kind of great catastrophe here. This is something I should be able to deal with, but I know I won't. And yeah, it's just sort of my reaction to every little misfortune at this point. Not, I gotta call somebody. There's parts of my porch I kind of need to have the whole damn thing like revamped. Anyway, we're on to the combat. Givers couldn't attack. The Syndicate did a raid and they stole this entertainment. They actually rolled a 9 and used their special ability to not destroy a base. They ended up getting a negative thing. Settlements cost more for them. That sucks. Probably worse than whatever advantage I get, but with two entertainments, I could ship those up here and sell them or something. I don't know. I don't know what I care about. I'm pretty sure it's not selling trade goods on that planet. It's on Earth, and these can't be sold there. I don't have that advantage. I'm considering an attack here as well. I have 7 strength points against 5. Other than my self-repair, which is really a big bonus for somebody who wants to fight, there's not much else in play here. I've already dropped a marker for the raid there. This guy can't attack. I think I'm going to do it simply because I have disadvantage. So I add 1 to his die roll. He adds 1 to my die roll. I roll a 4. At 7, I do 2 hits. He rolls a 7, and I said it was 5. At 5, he does 2 hits. So both are going to do 2 hits to the other. Let's take these into account first. So he gets to take the first hit. He's got a problem. Let's put these like this just to remind me. So if he takes a hit on this ship, it's destroyed. If he takes a hit on this ship, it can be destroyed with the second hit. I think I take the hit on this ship and wreck it. And then he gets to assert his second hit, and that'll be like this. We'll get to the IP cost, etc. in a moment. And then 2 hits here. Unfortunately, the owner has to apply the first hit. I'll apply it here. And the opponent will put the second hit on that same ship so that that automatic repair doesn't just fix that ship right away, plus it can't go exploring. Now for points, It is, I put this over here so I could do things in a video or whatever. One that I probably shouldn't have done. But I promised. Here, one for the combat, one for CV destroyed, and that is it. So that's going to be 2 IPs, 2 points, but he also gets a bio and an engineering. In a situation where I'm trying to collect these things up, I got a can't attack now, and I got another settlement increase. That's going to put settlements up to 6 each, which is painful, you know? I mean, yeah, sure. There's somebody who has 6 to begin with and likes to collect escalation markers. The raid probably was worth it. I don't know about that attack, because even if I look at, well, one thing I did was I reduced his ability to maybe get that last ship there, because he goes earlier in the sequence. But in terms of what real damage I did to him by destroying that ship, the ship was worth 7. I bring it home, I can convert it to $4. It was damaged, or was it damaged? Yeah, both his ships were damaged. It was damaged, so yada yada, whatever. But for that $4 worth of ship, because he's probably was going to bring it home and dismantle it. If not, it's a $7 ship with a repair cost, which if it went home would be 1, but otherwise was 3. So 4 is about right. For that, I got 2 chits, 2 tech chits, which were total. They were really crappy picks, a 1 and a 2. I view that as being worth about $3 billion, because $3 billion could generate that much pointage. At most, you know, I mean, but it could have been much, much better. And in addition, he got a couple of IPs, which is a victory point. And just, you know, I don't even feel like I really harmed the opponent. I think attacking when it doesn't help you is definitely stupid. In this case, I felt like it helped me because it's helping protect these. But who knows when I get to flush them again. You know, there's 6 possible turns where that could happen. Anyway, so many players hold the negative. You can't attack. This guy has it. That guy has it. I think he may have gotten rid of it. No. Oh, he kept it. Yeah, I mean, people are just keeping that because it's not a big negative at all. Forgot his admiral capability, which gave a +2 to the die roll. So with a 7, that would have been a 9. On the 5, it would do an extra hit, but this one would get chosen by the by the syndicate. However, that knocks out his capacity to use this ship or this ship, so he has no chance of getting that now. Pass on everyone else. These guys were in kind of an interesting situation. Now, obviously not big enough to attack it. They could have done a raid. And then, even if they attack, if it's still, you know, if there's still anything left, they could sell their beverages there. There's nothing that prevent you can't prevent someone from utilizing your port. But you do get a $1 for each trade good, so whatever. But it's kind of like, you know, they're going to get smuggled in or something anyway. Tritium got rid of their 2 ore. Oops, got to deal with this in a moment. And they have an interesting situation. They're the starports, so they draw 2. Now this is where systems where you have a base get both demand markers instead of drawing 2 and placing 1. That's regardless of who picks it, so it's kind of hard to keep track of. Hopefully pink doesn't have something similar. Okay. I got my, and this is a trade one, which is what I want. Consortium Needs production or trade. My draws were neither. An anomaly. A science at 9 or more. There's none of them kicking around. A terraform a world into PHLO or M class. That sounds plausible. So I'm going to grab that instead of the anomaly. I think I've got a fair chance of getting that. And it might be worth spending influence to try to get the ones that I want so I don't pay the penalty. And I don't know if I'm that late in the game yet. Of course, you know, that 1% chance or whatever. And then I deal with this, which is going to get 2 markers. A fauna and a machinery. And I assume if there's 2 of the same, I don't know what happens in that case. I think one gets satisfied, but I think multiple demands could march up here, maybe well over 2. Let me keep working, make sure they don't have anything else that they want to sell. I don't think they do, but I also have to swap batteries. A big deal for me. I made 2 trades. The first one I forgot initially, but I've remembered, at least within the trade phase, to hand out the money for distance from Earth as well, which made I don't know what, beverages that I delivered here, which were like $2 each. I had to pay a $1 surcharge on each one, but at least I got $2 each. So there's some interesting opportunities, like I could have delivered entertainment up here. Conceivably, maybe that's where I want to go anyway. I have a couple of entertainment chips, but I believe that colonizing is more important than anything else. And since I had the cash on hand to do it, the anomalies and events, okay. The givers bought all the colonists they could and are shipping them off to here. This might be a more interesting planet for them in some ways. But I don't know. This one has double extra tech production, which feels appealing. This big money might be neat later on. And it puts me in kind of a centralized position to expand out in this direction. I have room for 1 more base, so I can make the choice. If I didn't have enough money to buy all the possible settlers, I would have hauled entertainment here as well as dragging my settlers out there. Because there are advantages to that because I've got a base down here, but I don't know. Somehow I missed this one. This guy should be selling here. A circle made it in the demand bag. It's always hard for me to try to figure out what I want to deliver where. Oh, he has more money. The money's gotten mixed up. Beginning to run out of table space, the number of cards, etc. Fauna or machinery, what do I care? I got none of them there. I've got like an entertainment there. I don't know. But fauna because it's cheaper. What I didn't mention, and I think I meant to, or I think I didn't mention, somehow a world counter ended up in this bag. I have no idea how that happened. Interesting situation. If I had a 0.5 movement, I would do it. I have a 1. This is a really hard call. Here, I could grab a couple of entertainment, ship it here. I'm already delivering a couple of entertainment there. But I got room at my base. I could store them and sell 4 of them at once, which would be a pretty good pile of money. It may be worth the extra turn for that. I don't have a shit ton of money here, so I'm not going to be able to move a lot of colonists into there. I can't explore here or anything. Can't explore here either, but yeah. I think trade is becoming a bigger part of the game, even if not an incredibly important part. The syndicate is sending this ship 1 further out. I can trace off this. This ship couldn't make it. Basically, it's a, hey, I can't explore anyway, and this is getting kind of tight, it might end up converting anyway. I'll leave this ship here, but because it'll repair a point. But this one, hey, it might as well fly out to a new territory and repair on the way using that free self-repairs that I got. I still think that it's just an amazing capability. Sold goods here, but now I can pick these guys up and head off here. And I'm at my limit of colonies, I think, at 4. 1, 2, 3. So by picking up people on Earth and picking up this colony, I can shift them out there, and that'll give me the opportunity again to try to expand into areas that there's more to do in right now. Oh, here's in a really sticky position, a couple of haulers basically. First of all, there's not a lot of places I can go that I can explore. There's nothing near Earth. All the near Earth ones have been fully explored. I don't have mining or research capabilities, so I can't kind of hang around near Earth and do one of those things. My CV movement is 1.5, so it's not even particularly good for being that close. I can run off of this big base here. Now, my cost is only 3 billion per. I got materials that I need there to sell in order to try to get that title. I have like a medicine I could sell, and that's it. Anything else that I cash in at this point is I can move this ship. But anything else that I cash in at this point is really is going to be influence chits. So I could I think you get 1 billion each for those, right? Yeah, not 2 tech points. So that feels like a really high cost. I do have a number of things. I have this production, which means I'm probably going to be taking some cash for base production no matter what. There's the Earth production marker. But I'm really strapped for what to do with my ships, to tell you the truth. I think maybe I send this one out to explore and leave this one back here to possibly pick stuff up next turn. Another option would be to dismantle a ship for enough money to haul people. So give me $6. That would give me two people. I think I'm actually better off doing nothing with at least one of these 2 ships. I don't think I can haul with both of them, so I might as well send the big explorer somewhere else. Now, coming off of here, I have a range of 2. This doesn't have shit. Yeah, it's like this is the only place near me that, in that direction, that I could explore. Now, I could explore up here, but that looks... Yeah, see, with the 1.5, that's actually not too bad. That's a 3 turn. I guess we'll go that way and then hope to flush back through Earth to grab materials. I guess, but it feels really weird. It feels like I don't have a real goal. Now, early in the game, we were running out just trying to explore stuff, but now we're trying to get those colonies built. Similarly, the Starfarers, the blue guys, they've moved down here. Now, it's kind of weird. Their axis of exploration had been in this direction, and now it's down this way very heavily. But again, I don't have the cash for colonists and whatnot. Don't have a lot of trade goods. That got me to the last one, which is the transhumans. They had a ship here. It could have done mining, try to get a couple of bucks. Doesn't produce much, though. right? The fact that this is like a big 8, I think is just, that's the die roll I'm aiming for, right? Let me just make sure. Pick a world, roll a die. Yeah, so I'd be able to get $2 billion. That doesn't feel like much. So I'm kind of shifting one towards Earth. This is a big heavy hauler. If I get a big cash supply, I'll be closer. And I do want to get this colony up to a 15 before anyone else, if I can. Although him floating around in Earth is also kind of contesting my capability to do that. But I'm first in initiative, so I would get first dibs on that, I'm guessing. Again, there really aren't sequencing for a lot of things. There may be you use initiative for everything, which is kind of what I'm doing. But in this case, it makes sense, getting dibs on one of those titles. In other cases, it may not make as much sense because it's not necessarily an advantage to have the higher initiative. I think that's it for a while. Got some raid to do. Really feeling kind of anxious. Why? I don't know. It's sort of this, fucking Pretty Day should have done something more than I did. Like there's this feeling of, especially right now because Pretty Days haven't been happening very often, and it feels like spring and summer is here, and it's like this is this special moment in my life where things have changed briefly, and I feel like maybe that window is still a little open and I can push my way through and something wonderful will happen. But I made my fucking try yesterday. Well, it's kind of smoky in here. No, that's just up my view. I made some tempura frozen stuff that had been on sale last time I went shopping. And cooked it a little too high. Smells of grease too. But I'm feeling awfully pooped. But I want to get through this turn. It's got to be coming on 10 p.m. I shouldn't be sleepy at this point if I want to go dancing tomorrow. But we'll see what happens. I'm probably going to end up going to sleep relatively early. I haven't even been awake for very long, but during my exciting visit or visitation, I wasn't getting a lot of sleep, or as much as I should, or am used to. Anyway, we're at the exploration phase. Breakout Normandy is clipped now. Doesn't mean it'll get gotten to. Everything is pretty much clipped. Every now and then I run across something that's not. Yeah, I'm dopey and babbly. Going the Givers found an anomaly in a planet. You only find an anomaly if you do this. Natural stimulants gives a couple biomarkers, and then settlements. Treat settlements as ×2 for base production. I'm guessing that means either not for trade goods. Well, maybe. It's all under the same thing. But the cash and the tech bonus. But it also probably means they can store and receive more trade goods. Speaking of bio, recent last day or so, they've got signs of life on another planet. Just chemical trace that they're able to make, but pretty exciting stuff. A high number of ships being damaged in their exploration for this stage in the game. The percentages, yes. 2 players are still down at 40, but anyway, ended up discovering another anomaly. This is going to cause things to slow down here. Asteroid clouds gives some bucks, and increases cash production if you choose to do that. I don't know if L's can be there. I just replaced, geez, I don't remember what. Fuck. What is it that can go there? M's and O's can't be there. E's can be. This is weird. And this doesn't, so it says E-class are allowed and this doesn't prevent terraforming later into an O or an M. I think those are two separate things. What is L? Well, L's better be allowed because I got one there. I had a replacement. That's what happened. What is L? L is marginal. Okay. I fucked up with this replacement. It couldn't have gone there. I don't remember what was there. It was a better world overall, but with much lower population, but you can only go up to 12. Because I'm just about to do the same thing here. I think this is what was there. Another anomaly, this time rare crystals, which will produce money and rare materials on production. That's pretty cool. Becomes more appealing as we work our way through. 2 successes here. And look at that bio collecting up. And another anomaly, in this case, alien remains, level 1 genetic manipulation. I think that means you just draw a card at random and get it. And some bioproduction. But no basis now. Exploration's allowed. It's kind of weird. This one's an alien derelict, gives you a fleet improvement. I think I fled from that because I didn't have the points to resolve it, but I could have kept exploring. Thing happened with this one over here. We've been having a lot of success. Let's just take a look at this one. 8, 9, 10, plus 2 for that. Get 1 hit. No breakdown. To put us on the buy tech, I'm really feeling tired and kind of want to blow it off. The thing is, I don't know if I'm going to have, like, either way I look at it, I don't know if I'm going to have time to play a whole turn tomorrow. I think I'm just going to, there's chances I'm up at some stupid hour or whatever. I think I'm going to pause right now. About noon, I've been up for an hour playing Raid. I'm kind of hungry at this point. I had a couple bites of ice cream, but I kind of feel like French toast. So maybe when I'm done with this action, this developed text, I'll make that. That's what I'm hoping to convince myself into. I may also take a nap. I got plenty of sleep, but waking up this early in the day, like in the AM, you got to wake up pretty early in the morning to wake up in the morning. You got to get up pretty early in the morning to wake up in the morning. That's what it is. But yeah, I'm used to, like, you know, getting up and it's almost time to go. All right. Most of the players have gone. Kind of, even if they don't really like their cards, they're preserving their cards by buying a tech. Just catch up techs for the most part. But I'm up to the Starfarers and they have something different. By the way, it's always cold here. Like, you know, I don't know. Outside, it's probably like 5 degrees colder than it is down the hill. In here, it's like 10 degrees colder. And I mean, even up here, it's like in the 70s today. And I'm chilly, you know. I feel like I want heat on. I got the windows open to try to warm things up a little bit. It gets warm in the morning. The sun comes in through that window real nice. And I mean, it's good because in the summer days, it doesn't get hot in here. So I don't need air conditioning or anything at all. Like, not even a chance at it. Sometimes it gets hot up here. And when it gets really, really hot, like 90s and 100 degrees, which is a few days a year. The basement is like, 55, because it's underground. But anyway, the Starfarers, they're not that interested. They got a couple of trading cards, which are nice, but there's nothing they really want to buy. This is the thing they would go for, and it's going down in price. No, this is what they're going to go for, and it's going down in price. I might as well pitch my cards, get another draw. Too fast, the transhumanists picked up this so they can buy the level 3 genetic manipulation. They really want the one they have, I guess. They actually have a couple, but they have one level 3. Oh no, this is only 2. Oh shit. Maybe I don't want that. Fuck. Hold on. I thought it was a level 3. All their bio and $5, so I don't cut into my influence, got me spacefaring population. Doesn't have a lot of victory points for a big 40-point card, but settlements cost $1 billion less. And that's a big deal. I feel like settlements are I want to be shipping settlements as much as possible. So in the cost of, at $5 each is a pretty big thing. That's the biggest advantage of this guy. I looked at his advantages and I'm like, oh, early on it looked like it's cool. I get to convert people. Yeah, once every 7 turns, I have a 40% chance or whatever of converting one settlement. $3 billion settlement cost is huge. And that's the big disadvantage of this guy with a $6 billion, plus he's likely to pick some of these suckers up and just make settling really, really expensive. I do not like the Praetorians because their advantages lean so much towards combat. And when you do combat, you probably get some escalation mark. Well, you're going to get escalation markers probably. And there's a very good chance that they're going to screw with all kinds of important stuff. Either your income or, even if you got some good ones, you end up, maybe especially if you have some good ones, you end up collecting up a bunch of bad ones. I got settlement costs going up, can't attack, which prevents me from using my advantages. Penalties to the combat die rolls, which reduces my desire to attack. Again, things that cut into my money or my tech production. I don't know about tech production, but certainly things that cut into money end up really, making it so it's difficult to do the things you need to win or to do the things that advantage you. Anyway, that gets us to the end. I'm not entirely wedded to playing it to the end of a turn right now. I feel pretty comfortable when I don't make it to, but I work so hard to get to an end of a turn. I think it made sense with my friend coming over because I didn't have, I knew it was going to be several days. It was going to be a long stretch. But I know it's going to be at least one full day before I get back up here. So it kind of makes sense there too. The biggest thing is honestly remembering all the game state that's present, and it's getting pretty big. It's getting pretty big, especially on the per player basis, the amount of advantages and edges that each player has from the cards. For example, if I forget this thing, that's a huge deal, right? I just spent 40 points, 35 tech and $5 to get that advantage. And if I forget it even once, what am I going to get out of it? Good question. How many times am I going to grab settlers? How many settlers is it going to be? I don't know. The victory point advantage from this may be so low, and I may be getting this so late in the game, but I've been holding on to it, trying to get to it. The French toast, but I couldn't imagine not having coffee afterwards, which kind of changes the nature of everything. I have to, now I'm awake, right? Now I have to do wakeful things. I'll make that change later. Let's see what we got. We got bass production. Whew, that's a fairly hefty ticket item, because I have to go through basically each sector. Doesn't look like any of the cups are gonna run out, so at least there's that. Big issues is that with the bass production, and to a lesser extent the earth production, because that produces a very limited number of tech, a lot of money. The tech cups run out long before you're purchasing tech, which is sort of you don't refill them essentially until you hit here, with things that you're purchasing. So if they appeared right before that, it would be it wouldn't be as big a deal. Exploration, of course, also appears right before that. I almost feel like you might want to have an extra developed tech turn. Oh, I haven't fixed this either. How about that? Glad I came up, because that would be kind of confusing at the beginning of a turn if I had been away for a day and somewhat. Yeah, about a day and a half minimum. Actually hitting a point here where bass production, I don't feel like I want to automatically go for tech. I think I still favor it, because the game is probably going to last for some time, but production of settlements might be more important. Like increasing my settlements, which requires cash to buy settlements, to buy ships and all that, to send out, might be of more value. And therefore, cash production might be a good idea. It's a really hard situation to assess. My sector by sector part decision making gets a little bit into that, where I'm not focusing on one player at a time. But I think more than that, it's that the game state is spread out all over the board, instead of, again, think of an EU type game where I could see what my total production would be and make my decisions based on that, right? Of course, in EU, you're just producing money. See, you produce trade goods, but I'm trying to remember how they work. I don't recall how they work. Like, they get sold immediately, basically, and affect the market value that it's going to be for the next turn. And it's really just a matter of if somebody's selling, if you're producing them, you're selling them. You're not worried about transporting or anything like that in that game. So it's not like you're making a choice. You're not making choices like you are here between tech and money. You'd have to have a column that told you what you would get and what all your trade-offs are. And I think it's just the mechanism of having to make that choice that is the problem, rather than how spread out things are. And it's a hard choice. It's a hard choice, because all the big techs are still out there. Big victory point penalties if you don't get them. I think I'm still leaning towards tech. Kind of interesting. I don't know. I may have gone into it before. Produced our tech, which was engineering tech, gets an extra bio and a flora marker. The problem with that is, you'll see he's at a 6. He only has 2 there. That's because this base settlement happens after all the production. He actually, only 1 trade good was allowed to be there. Let me make sure I didn't screw something up. Yeah. And he had 2 already there, so he had to cash 1 in right away. Going up to a 6 actually wouldn't have helped me. Yeah. Okay. And then where I get to 2 trade goods is at the 10, and that would allow me to hold more than 2, because I can hold double that number. I'm actually thinking about taking the cash production. So I can get $8 billion for this, or 3 tech. 8 billion because the 7 here plus 1. 3 tech is probably worth more than 8 billion. It's going to be physics tech, which, you know, I mean, it's useful, damn it. I want these CV range numbers to get up. So it's a hard call, man. It's a hard call not to take that 8 billion bucks. I don't have any ships going into Earth to pick up stuff right away, so I can kind of wait till the Earth production for that. So I think the Starfarers are going to take the tech instead. And you also have to consider where you are on the tech charts. So for example, I need to get biology up before I can get that CV range, and I don't have a shit ton of biology, but this is cheap. Well, it's not that cheap. It'd be 11 bio. And within striking range of that, I'll probably have that if I have anything that produces bio. But I might want to, well, in this case, it's physics either way. But I might want to make my choices to go for a tech that I get less chits in if it's a more valuable tech. In general, I haven't been doing that because I'm just like, let's pile the tech on, and you know that'll help determine what each faction is actually doing, you know, depending on how their tech progresses. That heuristic of get the most that I can in terms of value, kind of regardless of what I need. That's a good heuristic when playing a lot of different players in a game like this. Unfortunately, I use the same kind of heuristic to make my decision making easier when I'm playing in an opposed game too. I'll just be like, yeah, maybe I need the money, but maybe not that much. You know, it's very hard for me to sacrifice what I see as just sort of that default position when even if I, you know, in this case, I know I need some bio, but I'm sure I'll pick it up somewhere. But am I? You know, okay, I'm searching bio there. At least there's that. It's a problem. I went digging through here looking for an entertainment. I have an entertainment and a fauna. I get one of each with base production. That doesn't matter whether I take money or not. Whether I take money or regular production, I'm guessing. The only restriction is if it's a money production or a tech production, I only get it if I choose that kind of production. Well, I'm gonna get $2 no matter what because this is full. But I go pawing through here and I can't find an entertainment counter in there. There might be one in there. But it also might just be that there's a lot kicking around on the board, and I don't want to paw through it continuously. The strategy that I had for the tech goods would have, if I had played with my sort of options, which admittedly had problems, especially with the directives in play. The directives and maybe the titles. If I had had if I was set up for that, I would have the tech goods all sorted, and it would be very easy to find the ones that I need for here. So this is kind of a friction that the core game creates that I feel is almost as problematic as the friction that I was feeling with the directives, etc., which is more of a game play balance thing, whereas this one is an ease of play. Well, I'd rather the game be easier to play than absolutely like fine-tuned balanced, right? Like if somebody gets lucky and gets a directive that's just too easy because of some modification I make, if that modification made the game easier to play, I'm willing to pay for that in that way. In here, the givers have a different dynamic in play. They have a ship that's arriving this turn that needs settlements. My settlements cost their base value, that's cool. Unless The first one is cheap. Okay, great. I save a buck. That's not a great capability, but oh, and if I wanted an entertainment, I guess I could drop this one and move it there for a buck. Is there some reason that I'd want that? I can't think of any. Entertainment's more valuable than fauna, but it's not like I have a ship there or anything that could pick it up. So I think they're going to go for the cash instead of the tech. I feel like they're in a position where they would like to be able to raise. They got room for 3 settlements in their ship. That's like $11. This gets a bonus, so getting that $8 is actually a good part of what I need. The only ones that made that choice, these guys did as well, and yellow is going to too. Yellow's got multiple reasons to do so. They've got a directive they're going to score for that. It's a production directive. I don't remember. True path is like 5, right? Any 5? No. 3 production or terraform. We've gotten 2 of our 3. It's like a 15-point penalty for not getting all your directives. So a 15-point per directive that you miss. All 3 powers took their cash from this. It's not a bad cash place. It's $8, up 1 or 2 depending on the size of the colonies there. And you know, I look at something like this and I'm like, oh, I get a physics marker there, so I'd rather take. And also, I don't have the same kind of money there. This one, I get a couple of extra markers. So each of the players had a desire to take the cash in this one. The True Path or whatever picked up another production. This one is earned 12 billion cash. Right now, I earned 8, 9, 10. Not quite as good. Oh, but wait. I actually would have made my 12. This doesn't come in place yet. So I would have made $2-3 more that I didn't count. He's taken a specific interest with these 2 mining capabilities to do cash gains. He might actually do it across the board, depending on what the planets look like. I have another base down here. There's nothing too special there. There's a decent amount of cash. I might take cash for that as well. Remember, I can use cash as tech. So here, if I'm getting 8, 9, 10, 11, $12 versus 3 tech. $12 versus 3 tech. I think the money is actually worth more. It's more flexible. Other problems, you know, again, going sector by sector as I figure out, but it feels like it's very hard to get a grip on what your production actually is. It's not like your overage actually shows you your production. So I took physics here. I could have taken less engineering, but up here I had actually decided to take physics. And that would have been a more even thing. I could have had two engineering instead of physics, and that would have given me more balance. Although I do have an interest in getting a lot of physics right now, so it's not terrible. It's just that, like, I don't know what my production's going to be. I have to work my way sequentially. I can't hold all the information in head about the state, even for an individual player. And I think I would have that problem playing opposed as well. It's obviously much harder playing across so many factions. That's the end of production. My battery's pooped, and so am I. A ton of money. He pulled in $25. Only took cash across his. Again, the benefit that he bought for to try to get him over the hump for the 9 billion settlement, that's convinced him that now he's just grabbing cash wherever it's applicable, and he's actually in good cash locations. You know, like this one, there's an 8 there. What the hell? You know, again, I'm making 11, 12 versus 3. I would have to draw 4s for that to be worthwhile, you know, on average in the tech. So very clearly the money's worth it there. Because again, the money can be used as tech. Anyway, we're going to break for a bit. Relatively small number of arrivals this time. We're getting, I don't know, I think it's about 3 p.m. on Friday, which means no nap for me. I think the coffee pretty much decided that. And I just got done making another a video type thing. Combination of reasons for the small number of arrivals. I think ships are jumping larger distances, especially with that 0.5 multiplier. The waypoints become less interesting. Going 2 hexes is an advantage speed-wise. But also, maybe some of the places where I might stop look a little dangerous. And it makes more sense. Hey, if I know where I'm going, just go there, right? I like the flexibility, but it's not worth taking some hits because of that. All right, let's go to building. With cash on hand, I'm not going to repair this ship because I got somebody who can pick up settlers. This thing works almost as well with 1 hit on it. Gets 2 hits, maybe I go back to Earth and I dismantle it. There are buying repairs. I want to repair here and up here because, yeah, you know, it's a 1 in 10 more chance of getting a counter, right? So here, 6, 7, 8, 9. He's got pluses as well. 10, 11. That gives me a 10% chance of 2 counters, which really increases my chance of getting this, and that's worth a victory point, so that's cool. Similar type of situation here. Plus, he's actually got an enemy ship that could have threatened him, and he's less likely to be destroyed by a repair. Saw something else of great interest, well, at least to my mind at this point, which is I built an RE with the consortium. People haven't been building a lot of REs, but get a lot of advantages on them. +2 exploration bonus, that starts to make it, you know, about the same level as a ship that doesn't have the bonuses. Now, I would have the bonuses with a ship, and although I have cheaper CVs, I didn't have enough cash to buy an outfit, grab the settlements for a CV. So I'm like, well, I'll wait until I get more money, but I might as well get some things functioning. I don't have a hell of a lot of ships on the board right now. I had 1, 2, 3. I think 4, 5. And I can hold 7. And something is probably going to give way, you know? So I might as well keep more chances of stuff going. The REs also generally move faster. You got a movement rate of 1. I don't have that for the consortium. I have a 1.5 for the CVs. So it's like, you know, if I've got the advantages on the REs, I might as well use them. Didn't want to build here, it would have gotten shot up there, perhaps. Scout through, or scan through combat operations. I decided these guys really wanted to actually repair their ship. They could resolve this if they do, so that's cool. I have a bonus, but, yeah, I have a bonus, screw that. I'm gonna get the same exact advantage with the point of damage on this, because I reduced the anomalies by 1, and that gives me a couple of bucks that I get to save. But other people, mainly passing on their combat operations. I had one I wanted to do here, 6 versus a 3, knock this thing out. I'm gonna get to go first in terms of any kind of exploration success that I get, but it just seems advantageous to me to knock out his ship because I have one of these, but I also have a you can't attack. So yeah, that's not happening. Didn't want to attack. because they got enough chips that they can discard once more when the initiative comes up. And the back 3 all had you can't attack markers. Again, it feels like a reasonable thing to hold on to, although this would have been a nice choice to make an attack on. Although I don't know, you know, I'd get a whole bunch, and I already have a couple. So that's that. Do I want to go ahead with the cargo transfer? I have a video to load up. I think I'll likely be up very shortly. Probably end up stopping at exploration or whatever, but I don't know. I turned everything off. All my lights and everything went down. And I was down there for like 2 minutes. It was a total of 2 minutes. Come back up. I'm going to do that. The coffee is doing damage to my system, though. There's a reason I don't drink it on Fridays. On my way through, nobody's selling anything at Earth. I still haven't gone through everything else. But while I was there, I'm looking at this. There is a combat anomaly that's big enough. All right, we'll leave this here. Can I reach it? See, this is the problem. I can't reach it until I get this, which is 20 physics. But the stupid wormholes. I think that's the only thing. And that was quite a while ago. Yeah, all right. I was thinking about cashing in an IP to draw for a different one because I don't have any terraforming. Now, I only have 2 that I have to get, which means if I don't succeed, I get a 30-point penalty, right, with any. But just kind of worried about it, but I'm like, yeah, I'd like to score it if I can, and this one looks physically possible in the future. And terraforming ones are pretty rare, so that is one of the problems. You get very few that you have to get, but it's hard to get them. All right, I'll leave it as it is. Ooh. I just sold my entertainment, but I shouldn't, because I got 2 more coming in. I can drop 2 off at the base and sell 4 at once. Good money off of them. Even though they got a -1 for the M or whatever, that brought them down to, let's find those entertainments. That brought them down to $2 each, but the Earth distance, the extra two spaces, is a big deal. So I make $4 each, that was $8. Selling 4 of them is going to be actually a fair amount of money, right? $16, that's like a ship. Anyway, no actual sales were made. I transferred these ahead of time so I don't get confused and say, oh, why didn't I do that? And now we're going to do the movement, which I put the rest of the cargo transfer into, just for ease. Relatively significant cost for the syndicate here, who didn't repair this ship or this ship beyond. This one had to have been repairable. It couldn't have been that damaged by his auto repair. But not repairing this ship. I let it have the free repair but didn't spend the other one. I ended up $1 short because I didn't sell these for loading this ship up with colonists. Now, I don't have any materials to deliver or anything. I felt like spending an IP was worth it to get that extra $1. But I would much rather have traded in a trade good somewhere, but not the entertainment, I think, because I'm going to get a good flush of money off of those. Like I said, like $4 each, so that's pretty decent. It is 1 per, isn't it? 1 per distance from Sol. Let's make sure. Try to find this. They're in the cache, modified by the world types for worlds sold off Earth at the distance from Sol. Yeah. And earn an IP for each good sold. Oh, I don't know if I remembered to do that. Selling them on Earth doesn't do that. Selling them anywhere else does. I may have, I know this guy was selling, he sold ore or whatever here. No, at Bernard Star, right? Somebody sold a bunch of ore there. And I don't know if they got the IPs for it. I don't think they did. Let me, yeah, I bet you he's owed 2 more IPs. So that'll be a 5. Just pretty sure that I didn't give him them. Otherwise, I don't know. People were selling stuff in other places, and I don't really recall. They may not have delivered them yet. But I think these sold something. But I don't remember. But I do remember that one, and I'm pretty sure I didn't remember. The list of influence, things that give you influence, it's just... It's not something you're constantly looking at, right? That's the problem. And it's not like what you do on the board or whatever when you're selling directs you to go here. So it's very easy to forget about it. It is in the rules. It is here. It may not be in the rules for everything. Some of the things I think don't have them in the rules. But most of them are in the rule book. So if you look things up in the rule book, you might see it, but the rule book is painful in this fashion. So, here, I don't have like a little chart or something that tells me what I get. I end up waiting, usually I'm not, I understand where the IP is, which is the value for the world. Now, for the same reason, I ended up missing, though, the valuation of the goods on Earth. And I feel like some little chart of what you get when you sell goods. This is right on the token, so you see it right away. The distance from Earth, not on anything. And unless I'm looking in this little paragraph that tells me something that is on the tokens, it's hard to recall either of those. And once I know the distance from Earth thing, I don't have to look it up. But now I look it up because I'm like, yeah, 1 per seems like a lot, right? And now there's also an IP that I have been forgetting about. I don't know where I am now. I'm trying to figure out where his ships are going. That's what I'm doing, and I paid for that. But he's got a lot of stuff that might move. CV range of 2 is really a significant limiting factor right now. Getting up to there is going to be huge. I have the physics to do it very shortly, but I'm sending this ship back because, well, he can pick up more stuff if there's money. There may not be money to pick it up. This is also, it's a decent sized ship. I don't want to scrap that. So, yeah, it's a decent sized ship though, which means this 12 is not cool. And there's nowhere nearby I can go. Like this 12 means I can't run off of either of these planets. Coming from here, I got a range of 3. I could run down here for 3 or something. No, this doesn't even help. This doesn't help. I'd have to get down here. That's like a 4. I might as well go to Earth. That's half of the distance. I could still jump down here, but maybe I'll get money or something along those lines. I'm confused by the colors. I see this and I think it's that. They're just too close. And yeah, I'm colonizing here. Maybe I thought that was mine. I don't know. I'm getting a little lost now. No, these guys resolve this before I go. I think I've decided. Oh no, he can explore. Oh, he's fine. There's no explore marker there. This guy has only fast ships. I don't know if I charged more for one of his fast ships than I should have, but he can move here from Earth at 1 because he's got the 1 CV modifier, but the fast ship bumps him up to a 0.5. So he goes 11 light years in 10 turns, which feels okay. As long as you're close by, it's not too bad. It's when you run really far. Like here's 37 light years that you could do in 20 years. That feels unreasonable. I took all my movement here and my gut's not feeling too good, so I'm gonna take a little break. See if I can fix that. 5 minutes until raid time. I think I have enough time to get through the exploration. I don't know about the develop tech and buy cards. I doubt it. Let's get going. Resolve this natural stimulants here with this ship. That'll give me a couple biomarkers. I'm just looking to see. I don't think there's anything else. +2 exploration for that. That doesn't get me quite up to there. Do I have another point? CV exploration bonus. I might have enough because I use the exploration value for this. So yeah, I think I do. So I think I can use my shitty ship to resolve this, getting me a couple biomarkers. Flipping this over, settlements count as twice as big for base production. That's kind of cool, but I've already devoted myself quite far out this way, and I want to head in the other direction. So unless I have a small base somewhere that I want it to move, which is possible. This one does cool stuff though too. This one not so much. This one I could run away from if I so desired. I don't know. And that gives me a 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, which is a pretty good number for that other ship. But it only gets 1 draw. And that is a biochip for that one, which gets me nothing. Again, I have enough advantages to resolve this. That gets me 2 biomarkers, better than I could get off of a success. And we resolve medicinal herbs, which creates medicine production. Awesome. Solving all these anomalies, but they're all science ones. My directive is to do a combat one. Not a huge one, to be honest, a 9 or more difficulty. But again, that's what I'm aiming for right now. Resolution over here, letting me take the chit as well as an IP. Resolution here, as I said, that 4 is sufficient because he has reduced the difficulty by 1. He actually has an additional. Oh no, that's only for exploration. Yeah, so his combat value isn't increased. So that resolves this, creating an increased cash production there. Resolution and no prevention here. 5 billion bucks for that. And creates both cash and rare materials. Rare materials are important because they can be delivered to Earth. So this is a really nice place to get a base in some ways. Let's do this one. 4, 5, 6. 7. And anything for REs here? Doesn't look like it. Safe, pulls, and engineering, which doesn't do anything. Final pick here, didn't upgrade the planet, but got me the chit, the IP, and a pick. In this case, I took medicine because I have some kicking over here. Maybe I can deliver it, although, yeah. The other choice was fine art, which if I get it, I will send back to Earth for that title. Looks like that battery's done charging and this one's ready to get reloaded. So, I don't know, let me finish this row. This is a complicated row, nothing much here. But here, I put a 9 together, I can resolve this. He's not in the play for it, so I get a level 1 genetic manipulation. Now this adds to my cost of genetic manipulations, but I've got quite a few level 1s, so that's great. Arid tolerance, A, H, and L's have additional population. That's going to be kind of messy to keep track of and deal with. With that 9, then I can go to these two. Kind of doesn't matter. Oh, and what happens? These are alien remains. +1 bio production. Great. But then I have a 7, 8, 9. Ugh. I don't think I have any other advantages there. I kind of don't look at these. I don't think they matter. Again, a heuristic to avoid having to see stuff. That gets me a malfunction and a success. Things up here, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I roll a 2. That gets me 2 picks from the bio cup, and I get to sum them. And I get enough that I get this planet. Let me check anomalies right now. He's got a +1 on anomaly check. Nope. 15 minutes for the tech check, for the tech purchases. Let's just do it. Apologize for the jitter. My hands are getting shaky from the coffee. It's not what really makes people sick. What makes people sick is when I pan too quickly. That was slow, more or less. Sometimes I'm just like, okay. But we're seeing people with, after that big base production, with lots of points. And they're just like, hey, let's get the IPs off of stuff. The consortium, even though they have cards they kind of want, and throwing IPs in could have gotten, they can get 3 different IPs off these. And I'm just like, yeah, let's do it. Especially, one of them required I get this. Well, maybe both of them did. CV range is really cool. And then I'm like, screw it, man. I don't have one. I don't need points for engineering for the cards I have. Let's just get 3 IPs across the board. The opposite of the conservative approach I've been taking, which is, you know, for example, with the Praetorians, they want to get their CV range unlimited because people can hide from them, right? And they're an unwanted neighbor. So boosting that, but also get the CV movement rate up. Now, they kind of conflict because I want to get the unlimited range, but I got to work my way up. So I'm like, in the number of turns, maybe I'll have enough physics to do that. The speed is probably more important, to tell you the truth. Because before I was nursing my points, but now there's so much riches from the base production. And it's like, yeah, things are expensive, but I'm not going to get too many more opportunities to advance, and I need to push these. We're coming close to the potential end of the game, and all kind of stuff like that. He picked up the CV7s, for example, here. He's going absolutely hog wild. The Starfarers here, they picked up these 2. Fair expense in both. This one was like 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 18 off, yeah, 7. And this one was 11. So, you know, not absolutely cheap, but I'm saving my points so that I can get in there pretty quickly. and get that unlimited range and escape from other people. But, you know, there are other people who can escape from other people and torment me further. That leaves me with one. Any new techs opening up that that I'm actually worried that I actually pulled the IP change here because I'm going to be exchanging so many. You can see these filling up here and people getting closer. But in addition to the filling in the blanks, we got, you know, again, these guys picked up 3 IP right away. I think we got close to that 15 minutes. Pump him down. Tech chart looking pretty full at this point. You know, players are like grabbing those techs, though. Nobody bought any cards. People had enough goodies to buy cards, but it's like you're not really in a race with other people for the cards. So, yeah, I got to get these. But those cards, they give advantages sometimes that are better in the long run. Or good. Well, the good victory points, screw it. You can always buy them as long as you don't get forced into discarding them. And that's the thing. Even though the prices of these escalates, obviously he's not going to buy any more level 1s, right? Even though he's good at this. 1, 2, 3, 4. That would be $12 more for him with his special ability to buy another level 1, which isn't worth it. But another level 2 at $3 more, yeah, that might be worth it, right? Yeah. All right. Enough chatter. I'm gonna go play Raid. Here we are, I guess Easter Sunday. I could have made it up here yesterday. I was both clear thinking enough and whatnot. But one of the problems is, at whatever point that I'm the most at whatever point that I feel okay after dancing in terms of not just being wiped out, and I got a ride home, so I felt better. Because I feel like the walk home really kind of is sort of the final nail in my coffin that makes it so that Saturday is just a no-go day. But I ended up not doing anything more than I would on a normal. I got up, I guess for good at around 11 a.m. and then went to bed relatively early because I was tired all day. But whatever I'm in that feeling well enough that I, don't feel absolutely like shit, I get really, really depressive, whether that's Saturday or Sunday. And I'm feeling a little better today, but, my worst state is after dancing, after I recover enough. I have reasons this time. No, not really. It happens every week, and it's just sort of the nothing magical happened, that sustains me. And even if something really wonderful seemed to have happened, it doesn't persist, right? It's just a moment in time during the dancing. In this particular case, I requested my birthday song, and just like last year, it was not played. Instead, a number of songs, some of which I don't even like, were played in my name, which really kind of disturbs me. Anyway, I have moved the turn marker and the IP, and we get settlements, growth, and migration. It's going to be a slower turn, I think, because I've got a lot to sort of assimilate. I think the turns are going to start slowing down for me. That may not show so much on video. Now, the first step when I hit a system that I want to check is I add up its population and I consider any other people there. Not a deal here. Not problematic. Habitability goes up to plus 30, so I'm at 100% for habitability. So I didn't even have to roll the percentile dice. And I certainly didn't have to roll this. And his migration increases population by 2 instead of 1. So this goes from 5 to 8. Right. I'm playing with population so much at this point, I should just have the tray right here. Now this is kind of interesting. +1 settlement during migration. This guy failed his migration check, which is not unlikely here. I think it doesn't actually happen. I think it's meant to be, if you succeed in that migration check, you get +1 settlement. I was noticing the difference here because this is unless at max population and this is even above max. Why are they settling more here? Symbiotic spores versus stunning vistas. Yeah, the vistas probably wouldn't do well with too large a population. The way limits are calculated, this system is already overpopulated by the givers and fully populated by the starfarers who don't have any additional space, I think. That's very painful. We're looking at 12 minus 10 puts them to a 2. They can't grow any higher. So even though both, these guys would have grown 3 actually because of their special ability. That special ability is very nice, the easier migrants. Didn't look like it was that big a deal. It's a 20-point card. Has some victory points. When they don't have a lot of victory points, they tend to be pretty good. And what it means is with a lot of bases, especially in high habitability zones, you get an extra population in that base. Well, here it would have been 3 total, right, instead of the normal 2. Anyway, it's kind of weird how the limits work because the limit to the, if, you kind of feel like it should be a limit to the entire population, that this would maybe hold 12 people total. Well, if that were the case, these could go up, right? And then be apportioned between them or whatever. And I think these must be his, because they're just floating around. But yeah, instead, it's got a population limit of 2. And if another person showed up, it would be even less. So the more people there are, the less the total population in your area supports, at least with these smaller numbers. But let's look at the bigger numbers. This would support, well, obviously, yeah, I don't know. So this would support 30, 40, 48, right? But there's 2 other people there, so it only supports 28 per person. But 3 times 28, with the bigger population there, it would support a larger population than the total amount that the planets would support of 1 person. Feels a little weird to me, this whole mechanism. This is also an interesting planet because we got people who are going to be rolling the red die for some sort of purpose. But I still have to look through here. AHL or higher. See, I have to worry about this with everyone. Is do they have any of these? And then these others are not going to affect. I'm pretty sure fleet capacities aren't going to impact this. Although fleet do impact trade with things like starports and stuff. So, it's like, shows up in places you wouldn't necessarily be thinking. Oh, this battery's almost dead already. Okay. So some interesting stuff happened here where these 2 went over 15 population. Which is the governor. So the first of those is actually this gray guy. Now this is kind of interesting. Timing is an issue here. Would I be able to trigger this before the purchase happens? I don't think so because the settlement growth happens first. So gray here can spend 10 influence, I think it is, to get this. And now he gets a 10% habitability bonus to every system where he has planets for migration only. Now we pick another directive, or another title, sorry. We're running out. This one is own 3 fleet improvement cards. This is going to go to someone. So let's check. He has the first shot at it. Oh, sorry. He has the first shot at it. He does not have 3. Second shot is blue. He does not have it. Yellow does. And we'll pay 7 IP to get that. And that title will give me fleet improvement hand size is +1 and costs -2, which is a little better than it was for the which is a little better, but not as good as like the transhumanist and Praetorian ability, but it's close. So I get to pick a fleet improvement card, or draw a new one, which could be up to level 3, but there are no level 3s available. I gotta look. I've got a level 2, a level 3. How do I feel about my level 2? This is okay, but I'm gonna pick another level 2. That's the Traders Guild. Okay. I gotta swap batteries before I go any further. But that was another title went. So now we get yet the last available title, which is Geneticist, own 3 genetic manipulation cards. I bet you this one gets fired off too. This is really interesting. This is an effect of the initiative that I did not expect, where a lot of titles are just going to fall at once. Knowing that, it would have been, if we had known that was going to happen, it would have been important to pay, people would have been paying for the initiative, I think. Myself stumbling over words in a way that I don't think I normally do. Okay, so we look at Gray first. He has 3 genetic. He has the 7 IP for this, and this is again going to give him an additional bonus to his transhumanist bonus, as we spend, since we have enough of the influence. Okay, that gets that out of the way. Now there's 2 more things that happen afterwards, which is the True Path and the cultural dominance capabilities. I guess True Path has to go first. I could steal someone here, but I'm getting close to limit there, right? 30, 40, 48, minus 20, I'm at 28. I'm not really close to limit, but I think it's better off for me to take a shot here. I only have a couple of bases, and that's a 1 in 4, which doesn't come apart, doesn't happen for me. This one's going to be a 1 in 3 for the Syndicate to do basically the same thing. By the way, I don't think you have to take population limits into account for this. Just like you can, you know, drop off more colonists at a place that's already overpopulated. It's just it won't grow. For him, this one is empty. You can't take the last one. I'm looking for his bases. He's got this as a potential base. And he's got one over here. I like taking in the smaller places, I think, again. So I'll go for that one. And we don't get that either. That was, you know, the first step. I think I can keep going a little further. I was really saying to myself, well, this was a hefty enough task. I kind of feel like stopping, but let's get a little bit more. Moderate number of arrivals, and we'll go to the build and repair. Still not a lot of money out there. Although some people pulled some in with the base production. In the Syndicate's free repairs, the only thing we see is a couple of REs show up. Yellow built their RE there because they've got cheaper REs. Now the problem is, from a card, the problem is their faction is really bad on REs. They have cheap, lousy ones. The Transhumanists built one as well. They had some extra cash. They have a decent one available, and they're like, might as well throw it here, try to get some more tech or whatever. You could have made the same kind of argument with the Starfarers. They chose not to. They have a damaged ship that they didn't want to repair over here. And I don't know. We got some situations where there, I think, are damaged, like this damaged ship is sitting there. It could get attacked. But again, is it worth it to attack it? Well, actually, it can't get attacked because he has a you can't attack marker. But yeah, is it worth it, right? And the answer is probably not. All right, we're going to stop there before combat. I, again, don't think I'm going to do much combat, if any. It's really hard to justify. There's a lot of people holding can't attack markers, but I need to pause. Hours later, ate my second pack of tempura shrimp. Ate one early at the end of the week, Thursday or whatever. I still have grease left, oil left. I had some weird little balls that I can deep fry that I want to do too. Just sort of a, if I'm gonna have that, I might make like something with potatoes or something, but I got a reasonable amount of grease for the tempura. So anyway, it's barely hitting 60. This would have been a good day to do yard work or whatever. Instead, I sit and listen to videos. I had counters to clip from new games I bought. Apparently some of them were kind of dinged on the box or whatever, which is why that one was half off. The others, I think, because they were war games at a shop that no longer really deals with them. Anyway, let's see if there's any combat to do here, speaking of war games. Transhumanists are an interesting example. They have kind of a defensive bonus. They could pick on the Praetorians over here. We outnumber them. I'm not so sure how good blowing up ships is. I've got the initiative advantage there, so if we both find something, I get the counter. I'm kind of looking at them as pretty peaceful. Here, I can blow this up, but again, why? Why do it? Seriously, you know, so little advantage to me. Actually, it's a disadvantage to whoever conducts combat, and maybe a bigger disadvantage if somebody loses something important. More valuable might be someplace like here, where we're getting in competition and growth might be an issue. But again, well, first of all, ground combat is not that effective. I'd be hitting things that are pretty big. So I have a 17 strength, which could do a big number on the enemy, but they have, the smaller guy has a 10. And, you know, I'm going to lose about half what he loses. It just doesn't make sense in most cases. Here's another shot where I would have it. Don't want to do it. You know, picking on big colonies really doesn't work. You chose any people who might have wanted to, who were sitting on you can't attack markers because they've been violent, you know, but they didn't throw them away either, which is to say that the sort of combat-oriented capabilities, the Praetorian and the Syndicate ones, they're just not worth, they're not worth much. But then again, most of the special abilities feel kind of minor, to tell you the truth. I know I was complaining about the Givers, saying, oh, that's such a weak ability. Yeah, you know, honestly, most of them are pretty weak. I think I like theirs. They're not doing very well, though. I'm convinced that maybe the biggest advantage of selling goods, not at Earth, not for directives, not for titles, whatever, you know, those have their own, is actually the IP advantage, right? That's another buck if you really needed it. So, you know, but yeah, those are actual victory points, slowly accumulating and whatnot. An exploration completed, nothing too exciting, no anomalies showed up. Yeah, we had some areas, we had a couple of systems where the final pick was taken, an IP for that. All the way back up to 2, buying all those titles was expensive. I'm not ready to finish the turn yet with the developed tech. My tea is almost done, so I'm gonna go down for another break. You know, I think about the things I could do. Like, I could go out for a walk. I could definitely do that. I could do some yard work. Yeah, I don't really feel up to it. You know, it sounds energetic and everything. So does going for a walk, honestly. But I kind of just enjoy doing this more, right? And that's what's weird to me, is like that sort of restless desire to do stuff has slowly disintegrated from my being. It's like the same thing, the smoking, which got my thoughts under control and enabled me to, like, I don't know, sort of mellow out enough that I could think about things, that I could concentrate and you know, do schoolwork, do real work, whatever. It's all related. Like, that same smoking factor has mellowed me out so much that, like, I don't really feel the absolute need to do things. Now, there's another factor in there too, which is the interwebs. Players purchase things that, you know, maintain their hand of cards. Not really that interested in this, but okay. Not really interested in that. But again, he's got REs, might end up buying more because now they move faster, right? They felt like kind of a bad choice. But as your bases get to sort of a moderate size, you can build REs out at them and get them out and exploring faster than you can get the big CVs out. But you want the big CVs because you want them to haul settlers. So, you know, it's kind of like do I really want to take a ship slot for that? The consortium, though, is low on tech points. They feel like they didn't manage them well. I think they bought 3 techs last turn. They kind of wanted to hold their cards. I don't know what they're up to. They like this one, settlement growth at +2 at all bases. They're going to have to throw these. And unfortunately, that means drawing a Fleet 1 card, which is, not that bad a price, but whatever. But for the genetics, I think I want to pull a 3 again because I got 2 of each of these others. I really like that one, but maybe this is better. Desert species? Nah, it doesn't look like it, you know. It could be very helpful if my bases are in the right places. But that's a level of thinking that I feel incapable of doing, to tell you the truth. Also had to do a hand discard. They don't mind it as much, although for some reason I had 2 Fleet 2s in their hand, and they don't have any bonus that says they should have an extra Fleet card. So I don't know how that happened. All right, we got then the finalization. A couple of people getting up here to move them into position where they can get the CV range. Blue has pulled its way into there. Red, we already talked about why they went where they did and why green went where they did. Nobody entered any new technologies. This one was very cheap. 12 off, dropped it to an 8, 3 more off because he had biotech advantage. It was, you know, even though I saw somebody else going in there, I'm like, yeah, I get it as cheap as I'm going to get it. That pushes us to another turn. We are going to break there. I ate my balls, and they were pretty damn filling. I didn't eat all of them. I ate about half of them. Okay. And what do we have? It's a little bit before raid time, so I figure it's an event. Whew. These are probably pretty easy. Let's see what we got here. AI sentient emergence. If not resolved by the next event, all REs within 4 range malfunction. Get engineering markers for them. It's going to cost either 7 science or 9 combat. I don't know how to deal with this in terms of directives. I think you have to use the proper type. It's worth 6 IPs. But where does it show up? So that's going to be green gets to choose a system with one of their bases to put it in. This is very interesting because I have a desire to beat a combat anomaly, not an event. Okay. Do I particularly want to be the person who beats this up? Maybe. It has to be resolved by the next event. Okay, so I have plenty of time to deal with it. I think I'm going to put this near my ships over here. Doesn't really prevent anything from happening there. That's just the focus of it. A few anomalies left, like only 4. Now I know one of them can handle this, and this one, I have something out there that I could deal with. But I am a little worried about people who have anomaly-based ones. Those might not be accomplishable anymore. A decent number of arrivals, many of them at Earth or over here. Repairs where people really need money. And it's funny, early in the game, the flow is very much like this, right? Where there's sort of this pattern, hey, I got resources, you know, for tech, I can start buying some tech. I was more cautious there than I was this last time the base is produced. Oh, hey, you know, I got my money from Earth. I can build my ships and send them out. And then the rest of the turns would be just, you know, living off of that. It would be possible to operate differently, but it's still kind of going that way in a lot of ways. Sort of this boom and bust cycle as to what you can do. The techs are different. I think it was a real mistake for people to buy so many techs on that base turn. Certainly anybody who wanted to hold cards probably shouldn't have, but they saw opportunities where they could get IPs if they tagged along with someone else. That it just felt like a good idea. And also, we are coming up close to that end, possible end, which means filling out the tech tree is really important because those are worth, I don't know how much, I think it was 15 each, same as the directives. So, you know, it is a big deal not to get them. I could check the victory point thing. I don't know where it is though. There it is. No. Oh, tech points are worth victory points too. They're worth 1/10 of a point each. I did not realize that. Cash is also worth 1/10 of a point each. Oh, number of players in the game gives a big bonus too, so that you can check, you know, how well each person does. So that kind of is a balancing factor because definitely you're going to get a lower score competing against people than you would playing solo, if you wanted to look at that. No, it's only -5 per tech not developed, so much less painful than the directives. All right, I think we're going to pause here before combat. It's probably not going to be any, but I think I'm coming up on, well, I know I'm coming up on raid time, and I'm feeling a little moody about playing. Got sucked away for about 7 hours into raid, and I'm about halfway through because it's one of those days where they give you far more energy than you need. Unfortunately, and they give them to you like I got one on Friday and one today on Sunday. So it's like, and you get like 2 a month or 3 a month, you know, but they throw 2 of them really close together. And it seems to always fall on Friday for me. That just happens to be like by the number of days that I've played or whatever. I think if I skipped a day, I could get that to shift. It's okay because Friday, I can hold off on it and play it during Saturday, but it's like, yeah. So, we're on combat. Oh, let me see if I have any. I think I did the build and repair ships. Don't know for sure. But I don't see any damage on any of the syndicate ships. Oh no, there is one there. We got to be on repair ships then, right? If we aren't, it won't hurt me to do it again. But but this may have had 2 hits on it. I don't fucking know. Like, that's the one place where it would screw things up, is that ship would go down another one. It moved from somewhere, I think back here. You know, I think it's right. I think this is actually right, and it's time to go to combat. Stickering Sekigahara, a game I didn't think I'd ever pick up, but it was cheap at my local game store. And I'm like, yeah, you know, if I don't have to pay shipping, that's fine. It's not even the pay. It's like, it's sort of the immediacy of it being available. Like, I bought the GMT games I bought, I would not have bought at a fall sale or anything like that. Unfortunately, the store probably won't reorder. I think the one, the Car Wars like Euro thing that I picked up, I don't know what it's called. But Damnation Alley or something. It's not though, nor Fury Road. I don't know what the fuck it is, but it's, you know, kind of like a Car Wars type arena racing type thing where you have guns and whatnot, but not as detailed as Car Wars is. I'm like, yeah, you know, that'd be fun. Yeah, I got like 3 or 4 GMT games in an Avalon Hill game. I posted them up on my list if you follow that shit. But anyway, at least I started doing something of some value, sort of, kind of, in terms of the stickering. Yeah, I'm just delaying because I don't want to actually do combat, but let's look. Getting into one of those problems that I mentioned before, but I don't think I captured quite how much of it there really is. So I'm looking at the transhumanist and I'm like, yeah, you know, I could pick on this guy. He can't even shoot back, right? Yeah, he can, but he doesn't necessarily want to. Where I have an obvious combat advantage, I can blow up his little ship, but you know, screw it. That ship's not going to do that much in terms of gaining points. But then I looked at the transhumanist sitting here with 3 titles. And there's really a question of, are they ahead? You know, it's hard to tell. I got no directives, so I got penalties there and everything. There's no general feel of how well someone is doing that I can ascertain from the game, any more than I can ascertain. And it's because of the amount of complexity of game state that's present. The same way the narrative's hidden, who's winning is hidden. So as a competitive game, it kind of falls on its face because you can't tell. Like, maybe some people can, but I can't really tell how well someone's doing. Everybody seems to be doing pretty rich over here. You know, I know this guy's not doing well, right? I know he's not doing well, but everyone else, it feels like they're kind of doing okay. And do I want to pick on him for having 3 titles? Well, he doesn't have any directives yet. That's a lot of penalty that he's sitting on. So I don't think anybody's going to particularly target him for that. But he kind of wants to lay low too, which is part of why he's not going to attack. I think. I don't know. I got to look at his bases, you know, like here and stuff. And I just don't see anything where I want to launch an attack. The thinking is there's only 3 chips left, and one of them is the discard escalation markers. So this would not have been a bad turn to do it. Blue definitely does not want to attack. They have a directive which is kind of hard to achieve right now, having to do with a science anomaly, and there aren't any on the board. Well, there's this one. I could go deal with that one. And I can actually get my ships out there. So I want to focus on that and not lose ships, you know, and not get embroiled in combat if I can avoid it. There's a no attack on them. Pink is next. So Pink is in this weird situation where they have, you know, all the military advantages and everything. But I don't want to fire it off just yet. Oh, did somebody sell the 3 goods on Earth? No, not yet. Yeah, he's holding off. His directive is to sell a fine art. He doesn't have that. Okay. I thought it was to sell one of those ores, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know, you know, he might have been better off playing the directive. I don't think he wants to make an attack either, because he's got such a big collection of escalations, and they cancel out. And I just don't feel like, I feel like I want to dump them, you know? Can't attack there. I think it can't attack over here. You can see why I don't. And another can't attack. All right. That gets me to the trade side. There's a problem with the trade thing. Again, I try to use, you know, some shortcuts to get through the game, so I'm going down the columns instead of going by player. But there's a problem with that, in that there's things like skilled entertainers. Well, no, that doesn't let them sell it in any area. Okay, at least there's that. But there's just this problem of like, all this information and ways to try to make the game efficient get in the way of being able to process it all. But like, I don't have a good answer for this. I just don't. You know, I'm having my fun with it. I still am. It's not like it's a bad game or anything. It's an enjoyable game. If the original hadn't existed, I would think this is really clever and cool. It doesn't quite match what it's doing. It would work better in the solar system. And it works incredibly better in the original game. The additional mechanisms, I feel, are just adding clutter to a set of rules that worked really, really well for the solar system. And they don't really feel like they do better. Like, they don't feel more applicable to the situation, you know, on this, I don't know, it's not galactic wide, but a couple of parsecs wide, whatever. I said everybody moving, nothing too exciting happening there. So there were no sales whatsoever. But, you know, like here, I'm delivering medicine. Whatever, you know. But I'm also gathering a couple of my other ships with it. Maybe both coming from here. One was the damaged ship. That I can repair. This one came from here for sure. I'm kind of heading it back to Earth to scrap it, but maybe I want to do something else with it, right? So I'm like, yeah, since my movement rate is just a 1, and this is not a fast ship. Oh, it is a fast ship. Oh boy, that's not as good. I could go here for one, which, you know, something might get produced there or something that I want to deal with. This guy, though, he's at the limit of his range because he's a size 10 ship. The biggest that I have is a 5 there, and this is a 7, so I can't go exploring out with it the way some other people are because I don't have unlimited range yet. So this ship is actually just kicking around. It's going to do scientific research. This one could have done it as well, but I just feel like it's kind of a waste to do that, and maybe it wants to pick people up off Earth or something. So that is movement for them. Since I'm doing research, I think I'll go through the exploration. Yeah, I screwed up. I already rolled for the exploration here. I intended to move at least one of these ships because this one could fly and repair. He has a reduction in the difficulty of something. Only combat anomalies. So I could get this down to a 7. This could handle it all by itself. Unfortunately, it did, even without repairing. Unfortunately, it did explore. So this isn't going to come up again. And it's REs within 4. I don't know if I'm really too worried about that, but I am interested in getting the 6 IP for resolving this. To be fair though, this guy goes after me and is able to slip in. So I'm going to move him in there instead because he could have done that. This one is unable to resolve it on his own. So even though he goes later in the sequence and would get an earlier shot at it, he doesn't have the movement rate to get there unless the RE could be stuck in. His RE movement is just a ×1 though. He's not one of the ×1/2. So it would take 2 turns for that RE to get there. So this guy's going to beat everybody there anyway. So it was actually a wise move not to go in here, although it was simply an error, really. But I cheated and let this guy go in there because I didn't roll for him yet. We got a successful 2-chipper here. I get to play with planets and stuff like that. I'll do that. But I just wanted to point out it happens now. Managed to pick up an anomaly there. Tunnel complex, pretty easy for him to resolve once it gets another turn. Gets a couple engineering markers, that seems worth it. And then the bonus is -1 to opponent's non-fleet combat rolls. +5 max system population. I mean, I guess what it means is that ground assaults are problematic because it's a bonus for bases. And the only non-fleet combat rolls that happen are ground assaults. We've done one before. Let's take a quick look and do this again. Research. At least one revealed world on no base you control. Pick a world, roll a die. If it's less than or equal to the world's resource, plus half your ship's exploration. This is going to be my best shot here. That looks like physics. So that's a 7. I don't think I have anything that gives me a bonus on that. Yeah, I fail. The penultimate anomaly. I thought there were 3 left. One was a directive. Oops. Hostile xenomorphs. 6 IP if you take them. And the bases cause a penalty of settlement during production, which makes this an unattractive place compared to most. Yes, it also has a fauna that it produces. but that doesn't seem really worth it. So this is going to be kind of a place to stay away from, I think. One more Explorer. Oh no, two more. All right. Double draw resulted in a success here. And that's about it. I'm not able to cope with doing the developed tech. I'm feeling kind of stupid right now. Well, here it is, Monday. And we are down one Pope. It's funny, he's about the same age as my dad. And very much went through the same kind of stuff. And it seems like the Pope was recovering, and then I don't know how much longer. My dad's been at it for over a month now, and yeah. Oh, this Sekigahara all stickered now, and now I gotta find a space for it. I got a lot of space. Right there. So I think I've got a little bit of room to move things. Nations at Arms is out of another location over there. So I left myself a couple of spaces. So I got a little bit of room for it there. But yeah, this is the problem is, as soon as I do that big reorg or whatever, you start getting more games. I've been trying not to get so many more games, but there's two things. One, that the cardboard boxes are the hardest stuff to move the games around in. It's very easy when I get over here and there's not even shelving or anything I really have to worry about. And another one there, Breakout Normandy over there, another new pickup. I got one more, I don't know what it is that I haven't clipped yet. It's another World War II thing. Against the Reich, something like that. I don't know. But just a matter of when I'm putting more modern stuff in, I don't have as much to do. But here, when I'm putting stuff in these early boxes, I have to shift all the way around. It just has collateral effects. Now, I was able to cheat this last time by slipping more boxes in and making that area a little bit longer, have an extra box kicking in over here. So that was kind of clever, but there's only so much of that I can do, Oh, there's some room along there. As long as I'm going to just store junk there, I might as well put boxes under the junk, right? Wasn't supposed to be there. I was like, I want a lot of room for a pathway and whatnot. The life of a hoarder and a collector at the same time. I just don't know what to do with that stuff. I don't have places to put things. And I have tons of places. I just haven't defined them. All right, we're at the developed tech. Let's get to it. This is the second to last turn of the century. That's cool. I'm gonna go out a little later, and I'm hoping cut wood, but do something out there. There has hard call. Tons of bio, nothing else. And this aquatic species, which is worth a lot of victory points. And if we're coming to the end, hey, victory points cool, right? Of course, victory points cool, these are 5 points each or whatever, so keep that in mind too. I would have to spend an influence to get that, but on the other hand, I could get atmospheric processing, which allows me to terraform with mining ships. I could up this. This gets me towards cloning, which is a huge cost at 40. During build phase, you can buy settlements at your bases for $5 each, one per turn per base. Not a huge deal, although let's look. See, this says settlements cost X on Earth, so the cloning would still be cheaper. So I could do combat without fear of those settlement cost increases. And $5 isn't much more than 4, right? Being able to deploy additional stuff And actually, it doesn't even have to expand from there. I can just grow bases with the cloning, right? So that's kind of cool. It's especially cool for people like this with their 6 billion base cost plus whatever advances they have. The 4 billion means I'm paying a bit of a premium for this. It's worth 8 victory points, but gaining one of these is worth 5 victory points. And then there's another victory point swing having to do with the influence that I'd be spending, right? I spend a half point of influence, I gain a half point of, or I spend 1 point of influence, I gain 1 point of influence. That rounds to, or that adds up to a single victory point. So I think I'm going to go on the chart. It also deprives other people perhaps of victory points, although it does make things cheaper for them. It deprives me of another card draw, but I'm not going to be able to buy it if I spend all my bio right away. And this aquatic, let's see, O's and M's is what it's going to help. Let's take a look at green. Green has bases, there's an M there, that's nice. They're in one place that it matters. I thought they were actually in more. I think that decides me towards playing on the chart. Exceptionally nice about this, the terraforming thing, if I choose to do that, settlements cost less on Earth, is I want terraforming directives, but the actual terraforming like probably comes up enough, but if I had a terraforming directive in my hand, that would be a really, really appealing thing. Is this more appealing to me right now? I don't know. I feel like other people aren't going to be as excited about this, so I kind of want to jump to the one I'm less excited about, because other people will jump to that. This flying is actually an interesting card. I'm looking at the syndicate here. Settlement growth +1 on each J or E world where you have a base. Okay. First of all, it increases growth, which most of these don't do. They just increase your population. Treat J and E worlds as +30 max population. Okay, that's really nice because they tend to have low populations. But you know what's really, really nice? J and E worlds can't be terraformed. So once they're kind of there, yeah, somebody might be able to replace them by finding a better world. But once you're kind of fixed on them, they're not bad at all. And I got a J here, J here. They're fairly common. This doesn't count, I'm not there yet. Nothing here. Yeah, I don't know. But that's a really appealing ability, actually. Much, much better than I thought, and it has a good score. 25 biotech. The big question is, do I jump in here to get my IP along with him? It's a half victory point, you know. It doesn't seem like it's worth that much anymore. Back when they were, 10 points each, felt like getting the IP was worth it, but now 25 is a big hit. But that's 25 that I won't have towards this flying card, which again, I do think is kind of nice. So I'm kind of contemplating trying to hold my biotech to save up for that. I'm not particularly excited about getting that early. It's good, but I may be more excited about saving for my card. Compare the flying card to the equivalent. Here's a dominant species, another level 3, costs a little bit less. Settlement growth +1 on each L or +2 on each H. Okay, nice, but where you have a base. Treat H worlds as +15 and L's as +5 on max population, but those can be terraformed away. And that's the problem. We come to this struggle between the simultaneous for developed techs, which is the cards. I think I want to discard my cards. And one factor that goes into that is there are cards available of every type for me to pick. So I don't have to, choose a type of card that I might not want to be or be able to build. So here I'd probably take a type 3 of each. There's two ways to look at this. So I really do believe that the tech has to be done in reverse order. But the drawing of cards may not. And if that was the case, there's a lot of other people who might be dropping cards who have to draw. And so what would happen is I'd drop my cards because I choose not to build tech, but I wouldn't draw them right away. That would be a pure advantage for, initiative would have the advantage on all ways. And I think that's how the game's kind of designed, but that's not how I've been doing it. I've been doing it where if you drop your cards, you draw immediately, just because it's easier for me to deal with. In any case, it's not specified in the rules. In the rules, it's all simultaneous, which to me means that everybody's doing their tech at once, which means it never gets done because people wait to see what everybody else is doing, already discussed, and then you would draw cards in probably in initiative order. But this is just easier for me to handle, to do it all at once. And I don't mind that there's some slight advantages to the non-initiative, to being behind an initiative. Seriously interesting card for 30 at a low victory point value. Reduce the cost of cloning to 3 billion per settlement. This is weird because you can only do cloning if you have this. And if you haven't been looking at the text chart and zoning out on it or whatever, you might draw that card and be like, what? Cloning? I don't remember that role. Of weird cards. As we make our way, everybody's kind of buying to save their cards except the one guy I mentioned who didn't. In systems with red or brown dwarf stars, gain +5 max population and settlement growth +1. Not a big deal. Neat card. Has nice effect. Here's the problem with it. I got enough trouble dealing with these cards as they stand. So this one, for example, Skilled Entertainers, I don't know if I've been drawing that extra trade good. I don't know if I've been paying attention to that. I just don't. That's one facet. But this is a card that requires you pay attention to the star type, which almost nothing does. So where do you even find that? Here's Rogue Planet, F5E. Here, variable red dwarf. I guess that's one of the red dwarfs. I mean, they're going to say red or brown dwarf, but it's just this really painful thing that's like barely visible. And, look, I've been trying to keep the habitability and the value of this visible. But now if I have to keep that visible too, the board is just too cluttered. That information is not readable in most cases. I'm going to look at my bases, see if I want this. Like I'm not based here, so I don't really care yet. I doubt that I'm going that way. Here's a brown dwarf. That would be cool for that. Where's my other blue base? Here's I think it says binary, so it's not going to be a dwarf. I don't know. I don't know how much I care about it, And a quick scan of your cards and whatever, it's just not enough to tell you all the advantages you have. And you got to keep basically assessing all of your cards. And now obviously a lot worse when I'm playing solo, but as a single player, you have to assess all of your cards for every sort of action in the game. And then try to remember, when you have to look things up and when you don't. Base growth, is something that I feel like I do have to look everybody up for regularly. But some of the other stuff, like the trade goods, I didn't even think about it, even though I know it's there. So I may forget this if I fucking buy it. On the other hand, it's a hell of a payoff in victory points. About the same as IPs are worth. Now, the thing that's going to stop me is settlement, migration, and growth has just happened. I can wait a while for that. And I think it's at a point where, and maybe this is always the case in the game, where it's not really worth being the first person into something. If you want it, fine. But just grabbing something because you're going to be the first person in, like he did here, I don't think that's that good an idea. Because I can grab something like this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, for $5. Or five tech. So I think sliding your way into things. Now, there's reasons to buy where it's like, yeah, I only have tech points in engineering, and there's nothing I can get really cheap for engineering, so let me get the IP for it or whatever. It can be a minor consideration, but I think that IP, that 0.5 victory points or whatever, is just not worth it. Is it 0.5? Money's like 1 per 10 then? Yeah. No, well, tech points. Influence points is 1 per 2. But yeah, everything is worth something. So like whatever you're left over with at the end of the game that you didn't use. I've been looking at IPs as so valuable, but I don't think they really are, except that they're what you need to buy these. That's the one place where they're really, really worth a lot. Considering along those thoughts, something like this max number of ships +1, that can be really, really a valuable capacity, especially early in the game. Right now, especially for the Starfarers who aren't doing very well, don't have a lot of ships on the board, yeah, it's not that potent a capability, and it's 1 victory point for 30 tech. I'm spending 3 victory points to get that 1 victory point if that's the case. So that's a card I don't want. Which means I might actually blow points to get my movement modifier up there if I have them. That costs 40. I've got a ton of this though. So 10, 20, maybe not that much. 30, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40. Yay. Yeah, I think I buy the fast movement. Kind of juggling. I got enough physics tech to buy the CV Ranges Unlimited. It'll cost me 11 because 3 people have it already. The 4th hasn't gotten it yet. Engineering and bio are my cheap ones. I knew you had cheap stuff. Yeah, that'll cost me 11 to get that. But next turn it's going to cost me 8 because I can see somebody's buying it already, right? This is why you want to wait until see what everybody else buys before you choose. Because now you can choose, well, it's going to be cheaper next turn. This is also going to be 11, but actually it goes down to 8 because of my capability. So that's actually appealing. You don't want to jump into that. Over here, the class 7 ships, man, that's a lot. That goes to 16, and I don't have that kind of money. However, I also don't have the 8 for this. But I have trade goods, don't I? So now it's time to hunt to see if I have it. Because I need that fine art. I don't know if I need it here. Yeah, I want to sell 2 trade goods on Earth. But now it's time to hunt and see, do I have a trade good kicking around somewhere? Again, I could use an IP for this, but maybe it's worth spending the 11 physics, or maybe it's worth saying, I don't like my cards. I really don't. And pitch them. And take a reduction. Because I don't even have a buck. And I don't think I have a trade good that I'm willing to throw away. They got to find me. I'm sitting there. See, I got like trade goods here, but I'm delivering that and going to get some cash and an IP and all that. I'll pitch my cards. I don't like them. Pitching my cards. Oh boy, did I pull a weird genetic one. Hive mind. You can choose which economic phase tile to draw of those available. I'm guessing this is each turn. You get to pick. You can't use the same twice in a row. Texan cards cost 2 less. Good victory point advantage on this for something that I feel, I don't know how big an advantage it is, but like you're getting to, like if you have a ship advantage, you can prevent ship production for a while. You still run through them one at a time, I'm assuming, and all. It's not all spelled out on there in absolute nailed down fashion, but it feels pretty clear out of those available. It just feels like you pick the deck up and you choose one. But boy, is that an interesting capability, and it would also get rid of my need to shuffle the way I do. I could just remind myself which one was used last at the end of each cycle. And it has additional advantages, a little bit of cost reduction. That's a nice card. Unfortunately, I have nowhere near the tech for it. But that may mean I start holding on to stuff to get that card, because that's not bad victory points. Again, 40 tech is 4 victory points. So, yeah. That puts me to the end of the turn. To the last turn of the century, and I try to convince myself to chop wood. I don't know. Not chop, cut, using the chainsaw. Actually, chopping wood is a much, much less, like when I'm splitting logs, I don't get much done there either, but it's a much, much less like intrusive to my life, right? I go out with the axe. The only thing with that is I'm embarrassed if anyone's around because they might see my failures. Well, I cut a little bit of wood. Mixed results here. I cut a couple of rounds that I'd kind of not really started on before, I don't think, and got those out of the way that I was considering doing last time, I think. And then went, and there's, a big part of the trunk still there, and I started cutting some of that. And my chainsaw is having trouble getting through them, getting through the size of it, and it's just, I can get almost all the way down. Anyway, I also had the good news. I managed to finally check my Social Security, and I'm all good there. Like, I've got enough credits and whatever. So if that's still around, which is highly in doubt with Trump in the presidency, in 10 years, I'll be starting to get, some money. And that takes, like I said, I calculated out I had enough to last me, until I'm 85, but I wasn't counting on stagflation. And that is beginning to look like quite a possibility where, like, I may just not be able, to make returns that keep up with the inflation rate and all that shit. Anyway, we get earth production. That's very helpful because, and I did the other little mechanical things. It's very helpful because people are running a little low on tech. And there's nothing too fancy about that. I just hand out what they get. This is in the 2400. This is kind of a shame. Next turn, no, it looks like production, here, for example, a little bit more. So yeah, some players may suffer slightly by this happening this turn instead of next. These guys do not, so it's okay. What's wrong? There's an extra biotech that shows up next turn. Getting a little low. This is one of the things that kind of influenced me towards people buying a lot of tech tree stuff when they had hordes of tech markers. Is the, oh geez, you know, I want to explore and stuff, you know, and that's not going to work if there aren't things in the cup. Part of the problem is you have to hoard the tech to afford the expensive tech tree stuff, the expensive cards. But if you hoard the tech in 7 players, the pool ends up really stretched. This pool is not going to be as big a problem in a small number of players. And that means one facet of initiative, which is, do I get a tech chit, you know, if I'm due to pull one, ends up, forgot to move some of these guys. I think I forgot to give the IPs out as well. That ends up putting you in a position where I don't know, you know, you could end up getting really screwed by your initiative position just because you wouldn't be able to do the research or whatever you want to do. Yeah. Okay, so that means we had a new one here, an IP here, and I think that an IP here. Size quantity of arrivals, a lot of them damaged chips, something like this. It was making a waypoint hit. It could repair its damage here, or it could move on to dismantle depending on, you know, what the circumstances are. So I think green had a 1x multiplier for movement. Is that a fast ship? It is. So yeah, so they had a 1x multiplier, so you know, moving a hex to where they are hexes, to where I have a base seemed like a good option to consider my further opportunities, because I can move back and research here. Can't pick up goods. That thing has no transport capacity, but yeah, we got a lot of damaged ships on the board. But now there's money in everybody's hands. And that's going to put us to build and repair. I think I'll do that. Where is there a ship limit? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's what they're allowed right now. Next turn it goes up. I could delay, but I brought a damaged CV2 in. I'm going to cash that in for monies. Get half value, $3 for it. That lets me keep this. I'll probably ship this in for money as well. I kind of want things that have transport. Myself cheating. With the syndicate, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 ships on the board. I'm only allowed 7. I think I'm just going to take the money back for having built this. I don't think it did much for me. It's kind of cheating, but, you know. Oh, wait, maybe I can have an extra ship now. I know some people can. But I think I think I may have built it here and moved it out. And all it means is that I lose that, you know, I didn't have that money at a time when maybe I could have used it. That might have an interesting situation. I have a couple of haulers there. I have another big hauler coming in. I got more in the background. You know, this hauls 3. But since I was already over limit, I think what I do, you know, this is repairing itself, so it's like kind of functional. If I get this ship over there, I have enough points to deal with the xenophobes which is cool. I don't think my directive has anything to do with that. Somebody else has one. Green has one where they want to deal with a big combat one. They were heading up here, but it may not be available by the time they get their ships there. But yeah, I think what I want to do is save my cash and just build settlers and start shipping settlers out. And I don't know, send one of these shitty ships eventually. But again, these guys are doing something of value. They're able to research this turn or survey this turn. And this can come down so they can resolve that. So you don't really want to kill that ship. This one, you know, it can explore. It's kind of like, do I really want to get rid of it? But all the ships that I have going into Earth right now are pretty good ships. Now, how much money am I going to be using? 4, 5, 6, 7 money? Wow, settlements cost me a lot. Yeah, I may just keep my ships out there because that's going to eat up most of my money. I have like 40-something billion. I think they're the richest of the powers. But yeah, it looks to me like I don't really have room to buy any of these bigger ships. These are bigger than my CV2s. Wow, I have a lot of shitty CV2s. 214, 313, 313. A lot of them. Everybody has the same amount of total ships, but like that's a lot of crappy ships. I don't know, this guy has 3 CV2s too. But the Syndicate ones are all very similar. Pirates. Over to the Consortium, they have a lot less ships on the board, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, 5. I thought this was theirs. Yeah, I only count 5 for them. Of course, I might be missing some. It's very easy to miss things. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now I only get to 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5. I'm allowed to hold 7 for them as well. You can see this guy has a higher max ship rate than he does. True Path has that 8. They have an 8 now, actually. These guys have an 8, you know. Might mean they don't have as good as ships at the end, so they need them. So all kind of weird balancing going on in this game. But yeah, if I only have 5 ships, I have room to build more ships, which means I don't know, I'm thinking this thing is so iffy. Oh, this isn't theirs. Damn it. Yeah. So I think I have room to send another ship out. I have a damaged ship here, but it's doing fine with what it's doing. I, again, don't think I want to pay for repairing damage in general, where it's expensive anymore. Of course, this guy costs 6 to repair 2, and it's possible I could get here and deal with this problem. I am dealing with that problem. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. With a lot of warships coming in, I'm taking a chance. I'm building this thing, which is a little cheaper. I could have built this, which has the same carrying capacity, but I'm a little short on cash for filling up this ship and its nearby, you know, the incoming ships. I don't have trade goods to load up on or anything, so kind of like, yeah, I guess I'll buy the cheaper ship, but that's risking a possibility of somebody attacking me if they think I'm winning. But you know, I have to be obviously ahead of other people, and I think the only thing that's really obvious right now is that this guy is behind everyone. The problem is I have to do a quick scan to see how many ships somebody has. So like with the Praetorians, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm allowed one more, I think, but I can't be sure because there's such a mess of information on the board. It's just too much. And it's too spread out. The original was spread in a nice linear fashion. I could just run down that and see it pretty easily. I mean, I can make a linear like I do with other things, but I should be able to grasp easy things like this quickly. The ships are getting bigger and they're able to carry more. The cost is just getting so high for bringing the settlers out. So like, I want this one. It's 16. Okay, it carries 4. 4 times 6 is 24. Now I'm at 40 billion. But I'm actually at 9 per, not 6 per. Makes it not clear that this is a turn where I want to launch a big ship like that. But this other one is also 16, but it only carries 1 settler, and I really feel like this is the time when I have to get settlers out in larger quantities. It feels like that's more important than the ships. This is also a better ship, though, in some ways. So it can get me a lot of the way towards this if I'm in position to do that. But is it that much more of the way? You know? This is a really good ship, actually, because of the high exploration as well. And it's fast, which doesn't really help if I'm hauling anyone. But I'm like torn between these two, and then I look and I'm like, oh, this guy would be a good deal. I could haul a bunch of these. But I don't know if I want to pay that huge cost on settlers. I kind of feel like my escalation shits are going the wrong way, but I need to get more after I ditch these, and I'm probably going to get more shitty ones. True Path, who bought a bunch of these pieces of crap. Now, he's got room for another ship, so I built it. And I'm building a hauler, again, thinking that so many people have don't attacks, so many people have things, but yeah, I'm actually limited now by my ship limit because I have this crap on the board. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think I got room for another ship, actually. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, a lot of counting in this game. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now, I'm full up now. I am able to, pretty much load this guy up and pay for him, but there's things like this that I'm like, oh, that's a nice ship. But again, my directive has nothing to do with defeating anomalies or whatever. There's advantages to it. I'd go for them if I've got them, but I'm not gonna forego taking settlers for that. Fortunately, I think the transhumanists are full up at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ships. Yeah, one's a stupid RE that I sent out, but oh, I got an extra ship. Okay, so I could actually build an extra ship. That's important, but I am thinking still this ship is pretty iffy. It's not great at combat, it's not great at exploration. It's good, but it has no transport, and it's like, yeah, maybe it just goes home and keeps its damage on it. I don't pay the buck for the damage so that I can bring it home and dismantle it before it can be attacked, by the way. It's going to be on combat, and I don't think I want to handle that right now. I ate the rest of my balls. Yeah, kind of like hush puppies, but with like some green chilies and stuff in them. And they're made with a lentil flour. And they're kind of good. I seasoned them, dipped them in salsa and everything. But one of the problems is, whenever I eat something that is like, if I'm eating things that are not part of my normal food that I always eat, whatever that is, I don't really know what effect it has on me in terms of like, weight and stuff like that. How much of it should how much should I eat, and what is it going to do to me, and how is it safe and whatever in terms of like, fillingness versus how much I'm eating, versus how much calories it has and whatnot. People can figure that all out. My wife used to calculate it all out because she was trying to lose weight for some. Weight was not the issue, but yeah, she was trying to lose weight, and was just like calculating everything, and that's a lot of work. I'm not willing to do that much work for much of anything, but when I compare. When I'm eating what I'm used to, I know what effect it's going to have on me, right? I know how much to eat. I may overeat, probably do, but it's what I'm used to, and I know how to trim it down. I know the effects that like not having the food that I'm most used to is, because then I like start eating omelets more instead of sandwiches or whatever, and that ends up weakening how much I eat over, or how much calorie I'm intaking. But it's really hard. Ooh, is that a cat down there? A dog or something? What kind of birds flying around too? Oh, there's something down there. It's a dog. Okay. Anyway, I don't know. It's like, to some extent, I like the idea of, something new that I'm not used to the taste of, and, that makes me happy. But the complexity of the something new is too high for me to do it other than as an occasional thing. And I found this stuff, so, like the tempeh, it was, but, I deep fried the shrimp first, then I deep fried this. I know that kind of stuff has an effect, but I can't tell, should I be eating or not now? I had me an omelet, and it's almost raid time, but let's get a little bit more in. Combat phase, okay. The thing is, it's like, I don't know. I don't know what to say. Anyway, let's get playing. The nice thing is that the trade happens coterminally with buying new settlements, which means I'm going to have the money from this machinery that I'm selling, for example, in order to gain an advantage. Now, there are two things here. Someone else put them there. I don't know what happens, right? I sell something. I feel like by the rules, demand markers can collect up because there's people who produce additional ones. But whenever you sell something, let's find it. Each system is completely surveyed, has a base, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Goods can only be sold. After selling, return the demand marker to the pool and replace it. Draw two, pick one. So I think there's always going to be two demand markers here at this point. Somebody comes along who gets to pick two and keep both, or something along those lines. A rule that sets me on edge, because I feel like the rules as written cause this to happen, right? So now we have flora and fauna there, great. But it kind of doesn't feel like that was the intent, that it would be an ever increasing number of demand markers depending on who causes them to go away. Because there are people who draw two and keep both whenever they do one. And, then there are places that allow for that too, like this starport, when you have a base with both, get both demand markers instead of drawing two. Which is something separate, right? So there are a couple of different capabilities that just cause this to incrementally increase. I don't think it's a problem either way. I feel like demand is a little restrictive, so I'm like cool with it. But I also kind of scratch my head as in, yeah, but do they really mean that when they wrote it? I'm almost certain that if you asked a question of the designer, he would say, yeah, you're reading it right. So it's like, but there's kind of it just feels like an unintended consequence of the way the cards interact and whatnot. Weird situation. Going to that, I can't tell who's winning. I just sold some flora here. I had to give $1 to one of these two players to do that. Who do I choose? I chose the Syndicate. I think they're not doing as well as the Givers, but I'm not sure. The Givers have a couple of these and one of these. The Syndicate has none of that. So I'm also looking at kind of their board presence and everything and making an estimation. But it's just, it's very, very complicated to determine how well someone's doing in this game. The thing that's hard is determining what you produce. I drew food and fauna. I don't know. I probably produce both here. Oh, I don't have a base there. I thought I did. Where do I have a base? I have a base here. K's and P's. Probably neither there. Maybe fauna. Certainly produce both at Earth, and that's sort of my next closest place. I got this, a couple of gas giants. I might want to just put food there. Because it's less valuable. I found another world in here. I don't know how they get in there. I don't know. It must be when I pull from here I throw them in there or something. Or, because they're never in that bag. They're always in this white bag. To say I'm finding a fair amount of use for the trade rules. Not early in the game, but now. Ships have extra haulage capability. And it's like, okay, let's make a few extra bucks. Money is short at this point in the game. It's not at the really early stage. So making a few extra bucks is nice. The distance from Earth makes the value a little bit higher. And you get an IP as long as you don't sell it at Earth. So altogether, it's kind of nice. Spectacular. I don't think you'd build your strategy around it. But this isn't a trading game, right? This is an exploration and settlement game more than anything else. In the game, some of the highest complexity in terms of decision making were the build and repair ships and the buy tech. I feel like I've developed heuristics for those, made them easier, and they've gotten kind of easier as the course of the game went by as well, in certain ways. I'm not sure if it's just, I'm taking shortcuts in the decision-making process, but now the movement and the allocating forces, the tableau has gotten so complex that it's really kind of getting tough to figure out. Not only, part of it is just where all your ships are, but part of it is what your goals are. So for example, with the Givers, who were the first to have to do it, I shipped a ship back here to decommission it. I sent a ship here to add, one of the ships went back here and a ship went here to add to this colony so I can reach Vega if I don't get unlimited CV range. Right now I'm at 7, 10, 13. I can buy it this turn. Yeah. But I don't want to waste time traveling, and my movement rate is not great. It's a 1.5, and I can't buy both of these in the same turn, nor do I have the points for both of them. So I'm kind of shipping back to get more colonists to move here. I have some cash left. I may have more. I'm leaving these guys here because they have exploration to do, but maybe I want to move them towards too, but I have so many ships heading into the Earth area that are going to be able to either pick up goods and, well, settlers and move them here, or head straight for Vega or whatever, that like it all kind of works out. And there isn't a lot of exploration in this area either. It's only way out here that exploration opportunities start becoming available. So I'm juggling all kinds of things, trying to figure out you know, how to get here in a reasonably efficient manner and not expend, you know, not waste my movement and whatever, so that I don't ship colonists there. But I could end up losing out on this on this thing that I need for my directive. Syndicate, the next player to do something, his situation is different. He doesn't have any kind of goal that has anything to do with the world as a whole. His directive has to do with selling trade goods on Earth, I think. 2 trade goods on Earth. Yeah, and I don't have those anywhere that I can grab them, which is kind of shitty. Maybe somebody else does, and I could raid them. That would be an opportunity, but I can't attack right now. My settlers are expensive. I spent 24 bucks for 4 of them. Same cost as he pays base, but you know, sucks. I could just keep upgrading this colony, but this colony is already a max size, right? It's a 16 size minus 10. It's not going to grow anymore, so I probably want to go somewhere else. And I don't know where that somewhere else is. Nothing really indicates any reason why I want to build a colony further out in particular. Like this one has 38 minus 20, can hold 18. That's not a bad choice, I guess. And I'll be going to a place that produces stuff, maybe not stuff that Earth needs, but I'll be close to my colony that does produce Earth stuff. I'll be close to this. That all looks pretty appealing. In addition, this is kind of an overloaded settlement, right? But if I pull 4 off there, that drops it down to 7. It still wouldn't grow. But, you know, I could move people out further to where they can grow and where maybe other people aren't living. It's really bad to be sharing systems with people, which is one reason to fight, for sure. For the Praetorians, I have a lot of good ships. Now I could load this guy up with colonists. He can hold a whole 1. That would cost me 9 bucks right now, and that wasn't what I was planning on doing. But I could always move this hauler back. And my movement speed is 0.5 with a fast ship, so that's fantastic. So, you know, next turn, I'll be getting that hauler there. Next turn, I might have been able to discard those penalties, which would be fantastic, and reduce my cost. There's only like 3 chips here, 2 chips, so I got a 50-50 chance. So that also sounds appealing. And I got a lot of fast ships that are good at military or exploration that I can utilize to grab some of those anomalies, which again, seems like a good choice compared to my other options. Other people making plans are going to find them foiled because I'm doing this, but too bad for them. I got a kink in my plan. These 2 can both arrive next turn and resolve that. and then they'll be able to resolve this very quickly. It doesn't look like anybody's going to be able to do that either. So I think I'm going to get both of those. That becoming my highest priority, that dims this ship down to, maybe I want to haul, maybe I don't. Hard to tell. You have 3 bases on the board, 1, 2, 3. My movement rate is 1 if I haul somebody with me. So this isn't the optimal ship to be pulling people with. Maybe I just hold off. I don't have that much money. Like, I don't have enough to fill this thing up. That's the problem. It's getting difficult. And if instead I haul somebody for the $9 or whatever, where would I put them? Well, this is all, my one colony is already too big. It's 14 in a 24, but there's 6 there. So maybe I just want to go there and grab somebody out of it because it'll keep growing for free. That might be a decent plan. Another option, exploration is far away right now, but I could jump someplace like here and see what, what happens, what shows up. I'd be able to move out to here just as quickly if I drop a colony. I only have room for 1 more colony, even though I only have 3. All game, 4 bases is the maximum I'm allowed to have, which is kind of an ouchie. Gosh, if I'm gonna go here, I might as well buy another colonist. Is kind of my feeling, and then that doesn't really make a lot of sense. Maybe this does, but this isn't in striking distance of that. Yeah, I don't know. Find myself, I just moved this ship from here to here, out of turn, but it's a matter of, I saw, hey, I got a couple of these anomalies I could clear up. Again, not what his goal is, but that's okay. They're worth more points than a shot at exploring with these ships. It's just a matter of the way I do things is I just kind of scan for my ships and say, oh, do they have something to do? And if I don't have some goal, like with this guy, I knew I wanted to get out there. He's probably going to have to throw that IP out. Although I think there may be something that if a directive can no longer be managed, you get to discard it for free. And then they don't count it. You don't, if you draw that one, you don't count it anymore. I'm not positive of that. I'd have to look it up. But my quick scans leave me in positions where I'm not necessarily thinking about all the things that I need to be thinking about. Obviously, if playing opposed, if you make that kind of mistake, too bad, you make it. I feel like I'm still uncomfortable enough with the mechanical aspects of coping with this much game state to be able to make these decisions reasonably within my turn order that I should be doing. And it didn't really affect anyone. No one else was in a position where, who could have gone yet, where they could have grabbed one of these. In fact, no one's in a position where they can grab one, I think. It'd be kind of an argument to leave it be and just, hey, I've got stuff I'm doing, but I do feel like I ought to grab the things. Who knows? Somebody might be able to slip in there quickly. I might not notice, whatever. I think it's better for me to get up there. All right, I'm trying to figure out yellow, but I got to swap batteries. Wrong, someone is in position to get there. I dropped off my passengers here. This could get there, but it's too slow. If I was at a 0.5 multiplier, I could get there. But right now it's going to take me 2 turns, and these are going to arrive. This is going to arrive in 1 and be able to handle it. So that becomes not a goal at this point. And keeping ships clustered together is of value. If an anomaly shows up, first of all, if you're in the same space, an anomaly could show up and you can just resolve it. Right now I'm shut out of this anomaly and this anomaly just because I can't get to them quickly enough, right? But if I had all my ships devoted to that, like if this ship was over here instead of over here, it would have been able to grab this maybe before the transhumanists are able to get it. This one was out of range for anything except this ship. But like places like here, if I find an anomaly, I'll be able to collapse my ships to get to it. And I have the preponderance of both military and scientific force in this area. So that gives me some edge, but I'm just as likely to find 2 anomalies in one system as 2 in 2 systems, as long as the numbers are high enough. Of course, here I might fail because blue goes before me in the turn. This is my 3rd pipe load on this little session of playing, and it may go a little bit longer too. I like being up here better when it's sunny out, you know, when it's daytime. There's nothing really like Raid I can play at night perfectly fine and do. Although I really do need to get some in just because energy builds up over the course of a day or whatever. But anyway, the game is getting longer. I'm actually playing more than I was early on. Early on, I was going downstairs after, you know, every couple phases or whatever too, but the phases were much, much shorter in each case. Self-realizing, haven't been buying settlers for a while, there's some people with some bonuses on them. The givers get 1 off their first settlement on Earth, so I give them $1 back. The transhumanists I haven't gone with yet, they pay $1 less on each settler, which is a big deal. Starfarer is here, and what are they trying to do? Solve a science anomaly. Damn. Doesn't look like that's going to happen either. That's going to be a real problem for them, because anomalies are one of the things. They do anomalies and surveys. They may be closed out from being able to get that easily. Because surveys are to a specific planet. That planet may no longer be available. Anomalies, that pile is running out. So that's like, you know, I got 2 that count, which is better than most people have, but I may be sitting at a -30 just because of not being able to reach things. Of course, you know. But yeah, what I did with them is I had some money, enough money for 3 of these 4 settlers for this ship. I threw my trade goods away for 3 more bucks. That got me enough to buy the 4th settler because I had a couple bucks stored aside. Of course, I've got another ship coming in, but I'm going to cash that ship in, I believe. I was going to land this guy here, but now I'm thinking not, because I don't have a lot of bases. I've got unlimited movement. I've got a fast CV modifier. I got a shot at this, because he doesn't have the resources available yet. And my ships are very fast, 0.5, with unlimited range. There's no prohibition to me. I don't have to worry about ship speed because I'm hitting that 0.5 anyway. I can create a base here. And this doesn't have a great population. It's 2414. These guys are full up. You know, that might just grow on its own in time. And that gets me 2 ships with a total of 10, enough to deal with that. These are actually easier, so this is an 8, but I don't have like a +1 or anything for dealing with anomalies, so I have to send 2 ships there. Nobody's been picking on my RE, so I'm going to just leave it there because it's got a chance to find stuff. And I don't have a whole lot of ships. I got ships down here that could do something too. And I think they're fine going at what they're going at. There's an event up here I could deal with, but somebody's going to get there as fast as I could, because I got that ×1 multiplier and I'm ahead on initiative. Screw it. I can go up here and grab 6 IP. Ships up to speed is a big deal. A really nice thing. Especially once you get to that 0.5, because then you don't have to worry about fast ships or anything anymore. You can throw your colonists out there and everything. So yeah, let's just head up there and do that. And that puts me on the final for the movement. 50-50 chance this is a bad deal. So we might end up, if that comes up, if the initiative comes up, people might end up bidding on it to try to get this success. All that important to me. This one would be. This one is not, because it's an event and only an anomaly fulfills my directive. Complexity levels, I look for my ships, I buy my settlers, whatever, load up cargo while I'm looking at my ships. And each ship that I want to move, I pull one of these movement markers out so that I catch them all. Because there's, a lot of ships in motion at any given time now. At the end of the movement, I kind of want to keep going. Let me check how bad I am on time. Like 5:30, and I'd like to get outside and sit outside for a little while. Do a little bit of raid, get the minimal done like I would if I was going out, and then maybe get like a half hour or something to sit outside. I had to do far too much raid yesterday, and it really pissed me off. And I can come up here and play this at night. Much as I like having, the light coming in and everything, it's just sort of a pleasure. That's sort of a slice of what I get by being outside. Here it is, relatively late on Tuesday morning. Raid has been demanding, and I'm letting it demand to me, but I'm also sleeping over the night. So this morning I got up, which is why you can hear me talking. And the news tell me, we have this just in, it's Tuesday. They continued on with what they really meant to break, but it was kind of amusing. But yeah, for breakfast I made, because I have all this extra oil, I made hash browns. And they came out pretty well, actually, which they don't always. Sometimes I don't manage to get them crispy. But yeah. And I made more than I need for breakfast, so I have like at least one more meal with them. And I finished punching and stickering, apparently, this Storm over the Reich, which is the last of the new games I've got. That's been kind of something I can do while I'm actually not even playing Raid. I was just watching videos while I was doing it for a large period of the time. And what's interesting is it's a solo playable game. Well, it's a solo designed game that's playable in multiple players, I guess. But it also links into something else that I always was kind of iffy about, because it looked like it was a neat system when I did get to play it once. It's sort of a tactical system for it, but the planes aren't moving on a map. They're moving on the two dimensions of the board are forward, are distance and height, which works really, really well, actually. Okay, and here we're in the exploration segment. Yep. Left in the middle. Let's get going. Through all of one roll, and I realized there was something I wanted to say, which is this thing, man, really high cost. 2 people paid it. There's only 2 cards in the game for it. Not a huge amount of victory points for its cost. Reasonable, but, like compared to the 30 for 1 victory point. It's clearly not as valuable as some of those others, but its value is further decreased because I just never really remember it. Both ships got damaged here, from sort of a realism type of view. There's probably an anomaly of some sort here, right, for that, but there's nothing in the game that kind of links to that. I feel like your chance of getting something going wrong should increase with anomalies being present. And if you get damaged, maybe it should boost your anomaly finding chance or something. Speaking of such, down here we found the last of the anomalies. Terran DNA found down here in Procyon. It just prevents bases. I guess the idea being, hey, let's not interfere with this and let's get the science right. Don't be settling this place. Seems like somebody should be able to ignore that one, but make the penalty big, but whatever. But yeah, we can still explore. It's got a fairly high cost. What's the advantage when it happens? More bio. No biggie. I don't know what that means at this point. I kind of get the feeling these shouldn't run out. I do not see anything that indicates you get anything or don't get anything for making an anomaly check. I'm just going to stop making the anomaly checks, which reduces the value of some of these cards, of course. Like these added 5%, it reduces his advantage. This also puts a premium on the anomalies that are out there because the titles aren't going to matter. I put the bag over there just to remind me. There's the chance, not the titles, the directives. There's the chance that event comes up before anybody plays around with their directives. But I think it's pretty low. I think the directives are going to make their home in that bag now. Zooming right along, obviously nothing in Earth, nothing up here. This whole thing is empty. This one, lots of ships, but they're all in transit. This is the first planet we get to after that. And this one, someone is going to resolve the anomaly, just because. It might bone someone, and it has an advantage. So I feel like eating up the anomalies is more important than ever, especially for people who aren't interested in anomalies as a directive. Let's just take care of that right off. That's 2 engineering markers for, it's actually this guy. Make sure he doesn't care. All these stupid trade markers. And that's going to create a permanent case of +1 to opponent's non-fleet combat rolls, +5 max system population. I don't think it's anything anybody would, -1 to opponent's non-fleet combat rolls. I don't think it's anything anybody's going to particularly aim for. This one, we don't meet the requirements yet, so it'll just be normal exploration unless we want to let him in. And we see no reason to do that. Hey, we could offer, like, you could come in for an IP. I don't think it's worth it. Like, if he came in, he'd be giving 5. We'd still have to throw both our ships in. Yeah, so it would be kind of a, yeah. One of the things that's not clear, but I assume everybody involved gets to reveal a directive if it applies, is if you're involved in a multi-power anomaly resolution. But again, I think common sense says it would go, everyone would be able to say, I resolved it if they're part of the resolution. But alternatively, you could do the initiative thing. Like I said, the game is not really well nailed down in terms of rules. I don't know that the original was either. I tend to like games better when they're not all that nailed down because the rule books tend to be more sparse. And this rule book is nice and sparse. Unfortunately, it's too sparse. It leaves more out than I would. And then there's this really odd choice of putting part of the rules in this booklet, stuff that you're used to as rules, like what all the counters and everything are. I just think that was a really horrible choice. I guess maybe it has something to do with binding, with the fact of the stapling and whatever. Instead of making a really tiny player's guide that was just the playthrough stuff, it may have saved them a page to do this kind of combination. I'm not even convinced that player's guides make a whole lot of sense as a separate book. So, wherever that is, hey, you could put it together as one book. Whatever it was, they had to put out the scenario guide as a further thing, and that feels like that came out later than everything else as people really aren't going to be able to understand this from what's there, and that is kind of painful. I don't know. Like, it doesn't really make sense to me, but I know some companies kind of rush through their final playtesting and whatnot and send stuff to the printer before they have all the answers. And then they may have delayed and put out another printing. But that seems like a huge expense to be prepared to do that. One thing, whatever you decide with the anomalies, if you decide, look, let them make a roll and get an IP or whatever, I don't think it makes a hell of a lot of difference either way. There'd be a slight advantage to being able, to use your advantages to get extra IPs. Again, I would rather just eliminate it, and I don't think it's that huge a penalty. The big penalty has to do with the directives that people are holding, and I gotta look at some of those because there's at least a couple of anomalies out there, and some of them may not be applicable anymore. The cups. Fuck! Something just flew out of my mouth. There's a bit of food here somewhere. A little bit of potato. The cups are getting kind of small. People who are doing exploration or whatever may well want to throw more chits in the cups for it. It's always so there's always a kind of hard call as to what chits you want to throw in. And I went over this early on with but when the cups start getting low, it's a much bigger deal whether you're going to throw a 5 in and increase the odds of finding something, getting a successful survey, or throw some lower numbers in and increase the number of chits in the cup so that you can keep producing. And ideally, although this says simultaneous under exploration, it can't be when the cups start getting low. So I would do things in the impulse order. Is that what it's? Initiative order. Ideally, then, you would put good chips in if you're high in the initiative. If I could play that way, but I kind of can't. It's just a matter of, trying to find, I would basically have to go through, I think, the whole thing 7 times instead of once, essentially, looking for each player's ships, across the thing. Because there are people who are spread out quite far. Pink runs from here to here. Green runs from here out to here. This tan guy runs all the way back into this area. Yellow runs all the way across the board here. I think blue had somebody back here. They don't anymore. Well, I mean, they run from here all the way to there. So, especially once CV ranges become unlimited, but REs become unlimited fairly early, you might have exploration all over the fucking place. And when you're looking through big clusters of stacks, of ships, incoming into a system and everything. And I mean, honestly, a lot of the clutter is the fact that there are ships that are in transit that are just sitting in the same space as ships that would be operating. That also leaves less room for the information to be readable and the planets and the bases and and the trade goods and all that material. And all of that is kind of secondary to the game. Again, I feel like the original did so much of a better job in terms of it was just a much cleaner presentation now. Because this is in 2 dimensions, whatever. That other game had 9 planets, I believe. There were some moons and stuff that were kind of off to the side of some of them, if I recall correctly. But it basically took up the entire table. This has many, many more. 9 is one of these little slices, holding the same amount of information as took up my entire table in the original game. Because essentially the same amount of information, actually more information has to be put on each of these hexes. Now, there were some real, something like Saturn or Jupiter, there wasn't a lot going on those. So, they're huge. There was tons of room, and there wasn't, there's not really a lot of opportunities to colonize or whatever. I don't really recall too much, but what it meant was a lot of nice empty space that you could kind of let your eyes, and places you could put things that are kind of out of the way and whatever. And then the travel tracks, yes, they were kind of cluttered. You'd have to pick up the ships and look to see who's going where. And that was at least as difficult to deal with. Hey, is somebody coming in and hitting me as looking at a mess like this is, if it had the same amount of ships going into a system. Right. That puts us on developed tech. Am I up for it? I think I'll be back up. A mixture of ideas. My glasses are kind of greasy because of what I cooked. I kind of want to clean them. My coffee's sort of low. My pipe, I think, is pretty low. I got my secondary game. I haven't logged in since the day changed, and I probably should. Although, I don't know. I'm out of milk, which is, milk's kind of weird. It's sort of it's really a luxury for me, but I do really like it. And especially with like omelets and stuff like that. I wouldn't go big shopping to to get another gallon of milk, but I might go down the hill, which is 25 minutes each way. Not that bad, honestly. Not for me. Would give me my walk and whatnot. So I'm thinking about doing that today. So I like it with omelets and stuff. I don't really care as much with what I had today, which was like fried egg with hash browns or whatever. I'm trying to think of if there's something else at that store. It's the market of no choice. There's basically everything's higher prices than my supermarket is. It looks like a supermarket. Some of the stuff is higher prices for the same things, like milk or eggs or whatever. Some of it is higher prices because it's kind of fancy stuff, but those tend to be even higher prices, right? Because they're higher than the normal prices. But those I kind of don't mind getting. But I'm having a really hard time thinking of anything that I would buy there other than milk. I mean, eggs is something I used to get there. I'm kind of terrified to look at the price of eggs. Vegetables is something I get there. Boy, these game discussions are weird, aren't they? Yeah, it's a real pretty day. I ought to do something, but for some reason or another, I just don't feel like dealing with the chainsaw. You know, I mean, it's a pain in the ass, is what it is. I actually don't mind when it's smaller logs, but when it's a whole fucking tree, a 16-inch chainsaw just isn't enough to cope with it. And my back is kind of sore and everything. I might get out and do something. Or maybe go for that walk. Anyway, here we are at the Develop Tech, I guess, and let's do it. Here are in an interesting position, and I look at their cards and I'm like, I don't know, Fleet Logistics, I don't really care about that. Max number of ships it's nice, but I don't feel like I'm pressed to do it. We could be ending the game soon. Yeah, I'm at my max number, I suspect. I would have to recount, but I'm planning on decommissioning stuff and replacing it. So that's not too bad. Aquatic species. This was pleasing, but I'm kind of far from the points for it. Now, it is worth a lot of victory points, and maybe I'll throw in influence for it. But I'd rather keep collecting up bio and save these higher value pieces. So 2 of these equals 1 victory point. 1 of these equals 2 of these. 2 tech. Let's think it out. 10 tech equals 1 victory point. So it should be 1 of these produces 5 of these to have an equivalent. So you really actually are spending victory points to throw those in. Might be worth it, might not. Hard to tell. But then I go over here, and there are no Fleet 3s available. So if I dump that card, I don't get a Fleet 3. And I have a Fleet 3, actually. I have 2 Fleet 1s, 2 Fleet 2s, and a Fleet 3. See, the other thing I was thinking was I have enough points, I could buy the max CV size. Or I could throw in some money or some... now, money is actually a deal because it's 1 for 1 in terms of victory points with the tech. But I could throw in something to get me, and I forgot to check my directive. There is still an anomaly that's sufficient, and I think there's still a science anomaly out there that's sufficient. So nobody gets a free throwaway. Ooh, I'm not seeing this. Oh, there it is. Yeah. I don't know. 5 or more. I don't think anybody has anything higher than that. I don't feel like digging through. But I could, I think, afford this CV. That's going to cost me 19. 10, 20, yeah. So I could do that. It's not really optimal because I don't have a lot of cash. I would have liked to have done it last turn. I built a ship, but I am going to be dismantling some ships. I think it's worth it, just to keep that Fleet 3 card. Although that's not necessarily the one I want. Like I said, I don't really care. The aquatic species I like, but again, I'm far. I don't know. We'll go for it. Because I want to throw chips back in the cups. Something kind of interesting. Oh, CV8 Plus. Okay. Because I was going to say, I just got my CV7s, and now there's a CV9, and I thought that just said CV8s, and I'm like, how do you get the 9s? What difference does it make? It makes a couple of differences. They can take more hits at 9. They can take an extra hit. And the base that's required to support them, well, that's going to be based on the cost. So the size class doesn't actually matter for that. Couple of choices here for the Syndicate. They have enough bio. I could buy Flying. Flying is nice. My other cards I don't give a shit about. I also have enough engineering I can buy this. Now, I might be able to do something over there on the physics table, but I'm kind of looking at being conservative again. Why? Why? Trying to think. Because the game could just end. It's only a 1% chance, but it could just end. So maybe it's time to bank everything I can, right? And these are -5 each. Directive is playing with trade goods, which doesn't fucking help. I have enough cash to buy myself a bigger CV. The settlements costs might be going away. Wow, I got a lot of CV7s available to me. I think I'm definitely going to do the engineering. The question is, do I go whole hog and buy that Flying too? Well, I'll tell you what. The Flying gives a settlement growth advantage. And that's really the only advantage it has. The max population, that only really affects the growth and migration factors. So that's not coming up. I think I will delay. I'll only buy the CV7. No, I'm going into a lot of thought here, but we're getting towards what I think is kind of the end game, and I feel like a different kind of analysis is taking place than was taking place earlier in the game. I'm actually considering reducing my smoking heavily. Not for any health reasons, but for the same reasons that I took it back up. I don't need to be calm and to have a non-worrying mind anymore. And I feel like the smoking, although it makes a mellower, more calm and stable existence for me, one that's less violent too. At least that's my hypothesis, but it seems to be true because when I did give it up, I went kind of batshit. You could say that's addiction, but I actually don't think it is. I think it's, I think that the nicotine does something to my brain that I saw as a positive. But that positive isn't necessary much of the time. And to achieve what I kind of think I should be, I think I have to stop in order to regress back to the kind of mental state that I was in say, my teens, or even early 20s. And I feel like the constant smoking and the increase of the dosage has made me really way too mellow. I may make a video on that specifically because I think there's a lot to it. Already I'm catching up on the movement speed because they have a bio desire. They have a lot of chits, but not a lot of points. And they want to work their way towards cloning because I have a card for cloning. I got a lot of work to do though. I probably should have bought that, but anyway, I bought the movement modifier. It's not a bad thing. I don't have enough bio points to be able to shoot my way there and buy my card and all that. So I'm kind of holding off because I know that I'm going to need to collect a lot to get where I'm going. The Praetorians bought themselves 0G tolerance, giving them some bonuses, mainly because, I don't remember why. There was nothing they could really afford. They're a little short of buying this, and that's going to go down relatively soon. I have a shit ton of cash, so I would be able to buy one of those big ships, but that's okay. I got a big hauler I may be buying next turn. Remember, I held off buying ships so that because my settlement cost is too high. So I may hold off yet another turn with that cash. And yeah, it just seemed like a good idea. I was only buying one tech, this Interstellar Logistics, because it opens that up to them. I had to check the rules to make sure that I need the prerequisite at the beginning of the turn, and I do. So I can't slip into this. I don't want to spend a physics for that. I have some engineering. I actually kind of don't like my cards and would gladly throw them, but I need to make ground on the tech chart. I have some engineering, but I don't think I have enough to buy one of these big ones here. Let me see if I have, it's 30. No, not by a long shot. So that allows me to save up that. But while I was checking this, players buy tech simultaneously. Place your marker above the techs you're buying this turn. There's kind of not room. The way I'm doing it off to the left makes more sense. Maybe the tech chart had a different structure when the rules were written or something, but there really isn't room to put them above. I mean, there's this little slice here, but that becomes a mess to keep in mind because it's getting into the end game. I'm thinking blue could buy this, and they could. This one less interesting, although, you know, it's got a little bit of a price reduction, but I'd kind of rather not, you know, I don't know. But this is so expensive, and it's still only worth 5 victory points, right? There's a 5 victory point penalty for not getting each tech, or for each tech you don't get, to put it more precisely. So I don't know if I want to buy this, even though this is kind of appealing to me. I don't have money, which means building the bigger ships, building the bigger capacity probably isn't that big an advantage. Improving my REs, yeah, that's great, but I'm not sure I really want to do that. I don't have an engineering here. I have this infrared vision, which I might want to buy, but on the other hand, maybe I want to make up some ground there while it's cheap. While this would be a good purchase, I am going to do the biotech instead of the card. While this might be a good purchase, victory point wise and everything, there's 2 people buying it this turn. That price is going down. I'd rather hold. Chances that the game ends next turn, exceedingly slim. Transhumanists finalize things by buying a couple of cheap ones. That's going to get one of these markers. They did not buy any bio. They're trying to catch up in tech everywhere, but they have a card they kind of want for bio that allows them to buy all techs cheaper. This one was 8, and this one was the minimum of 5 because I have so much there. There's so many there. So those weren't going to go down by a lot. I'm able to buy techs and fleet improvements for 2 less. So I'm kind of playing with the, look, it's not going to end right away, right? And therefore, let's not rush it too much and try to play for a slightly longer game at least. The chances of it ending are so low. But the cumulative chance that it ends over, say, the next century are fairly high, even though it's only a 10% chance maximum. It's, you know, over the course of it, it's probably, you know, I don't want to do the sum of the probabilities in my head, but it's probably getting close to 30% over the course of the next century is what I'm guessing, because you don't just add up the percentages, you know, 9 plus 8 plus 7, right? It's, the first one is 1%. The second one is very, very close to 2%. Right? It's 2% of 99%. The third one is 3% of 98%. I don't know, maybe around 20%, maybe a little higher, probably under 30. But even so, that's not a huge chance over the course of the century. So yeah, we'll see. In terms of like, I don't know if they do this in the scoring. I haven't really looked at the scoring too much, but definitely, the game could end at any point. Now, do they give you a bonus for not many turns? They do not. So it's kind of not fair. Like, you're looking at your galactic rank on die rolls that, obviously the longer the game goes, the more points everybody's going to get. So it's kind of like playing an 18xx game. Oh, did the bank break at, a particularly silly time, like when it only had a couple of bucks left in it, so everybody, so everybody gets a lot. Well, did the bank break? I don't want to go into this, do I? If the bank breaks in 18xx, sort of at the end of a sequence of operating rounds, it's sort of gone. Like, the game is just over. But if the bank breaks early in a sequence of operating round in a lot of 18xx games, that means that you have a whole series of operating rounds to do after the bank breaks. And sometimes it comes down to, you end up with significant differences in valuations based on that. Trying to think if there are other games that are like this, where it's just like the game goes longer and you get more points. And there's no modifier in there for this. So there should be some sort of divisor or bonus for turns or whatever for it ending short, because this is kind of meaningless, right? There's all kinds of other stuff like the competitive players bonus and everything that, and honestly, I would say it shouldn't be competitive only, because in a non-competitive game, somebody can really screw you over and you don't even have a recourse. You can't like try to blow up their base or anything. You can't go to war with them. So number of players should generate some victory points, competitive or not, but it might be different amounts. I think the competitive probably causes more, but it's hard to tell. Because if there's obviously good places to go, those are going to become very, very populous. All right, let me clean this up, set up for the next turn, then I'll load this up. To do a quick check, you check after the turn, so 2,500, after the 2,500 turn, there's a chance of the game ending. Just wanted to make sure of that. That's what I thought it was. Getting back to the smoking thing. I think I had a greater intensity of enjoyment out of my games when I wasn't smoking. Like, I would do my drumming and all that within the course of playing, instead of puff, puff, think about the game, right? Puff, puff, think about the game doesn't really give me the same imagery. Of course, it may take me longer to play if I'm like basically mental masturbating about what's happening. But yeah, I mean, I played games, they used to give me an intense pleasure. And the same way that, certain of these sort of first-person slasher games do. Things like The Witcher and stuff like that, where you're, in character. Those gave an intensity of existence. But I feel like I've kind of lost a lot of that. At the same time, it may affect how much I'm able to analyze games, for whatever that's worth. I'm not really sure I'm good at it. Some people tell me I am. Some people say other things. that, it sounds like they're focusing on stuff other than the analysis itself. Obviously, I meander about no matter what. That's there, but I don't know if I was as good at expressing, however badly I do that myself, when I wasn't affected by the smoking. And it may just be the physical act of like puffing the pipe and whatnot even. I don't know. Example, I know another autistic person whom I really wish, I don't know. Anyway, locally, who eats paper, which is apparently some kind of condition or something. But she took it up when she stopped smoking, or stopped smoking as much, and was just sort of like, it seemed like a kind of a random thing, but I think it was something from her childhood. And it's just sort of it may just be the oral fixation rather than the chemicals. I don't know. For whatever it's worth, before I took up smoking, and even for a while after, but before I smoked as much as I do, I used to shoot ice. Oh, hi. Give you a little scare. Yeah, see, I mean, I'm barely getting much of this done at all, and it's hard to do. And I got, some of these pieces are just, they don't look as big now. There's one right out here. It's kind of the biggest one. I rolled it down to my porch for some reason or another. This guy, I don't know, I can't get my saw through that in any way. I didn't do that at all. Hi.